Hi, Joe. We're going to admit people to the meeting now, and we're ready to go.
All right.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of EPA's listening sessions to provide information to EPA on the upcoming oil and natural gas methane rules. My name is David Cuzzy, and I'm the Deputy Director for the Sector Policies and Programs Division in EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards, and will be chairing today's session. We are the division charged with developing the new source performance standards and emission guidelines for the oil and natural gas sector that are the focus of these listening sessions. Before we begin, Joseph Goffman, EPA's Acting Assistant Administrator for Air and Radiation, will give a few opening remarks.
Thanks, Dave. Thank you very much. My opening remarks are really intended to convey 2 messages to everybody. This is the 3rd of 3 listening sessions that Dave and his colleagues have conducted this week. So before I get to the 2 points I'm planning to make, I want to just say thank you to my EPA colleagues for their hard work in putting this week's listening sessions together, including today's, and in conducting them. I think that as a colleague, I really appreciate the work you all are doing and have put into this, and I look forward to trotting the path forward on putting this rulemaking together. What I wanted to make sure that everyone here got a sense of is 2 things. One is how grateful the agency is to your all's commitment to participating in these discussions. We know that to some extent, it's action above and beyond the call of duty, although in this case, many of you will actually be our partners, if not also taking a leadership role in implementing implementing this program when we finalize it and move forward with it. And of course, the gratitude, the message of gratitude is one that not only applies to today, but also to the work going forward. The other thing I want to convey probably is already quite obvious to everybody, but it really does bear repeating. This is a very, very topmost priority for Administrator Regan and President Biden. Within hours of his being inaugurated as President of the United States, President Biden signed an executive order that gave his government, including explicitly the EPA, a series of rulemaking tasks to be carried out to the point of proposal before the end of this calendar year. And none received greater emphasis in the president's executive order than setting methane standards for the oil and gas sector, not just for new sources, but also for existing sources. That is going to call on not just the EPA, but state and in some cases even local governments to take a series of concerted actions. But it's also going to directly involve the equities, stakes, and interests of a wide range of stakeholders, the regulated community, and communities perhaps most affected immediately by pollution from these sources, as well as the economic value of these operations to the same communities and states. That's why we're having sessions like this, and we'll continue to take actions in this vein, which is to maintain and sustain engagement with all of the stakeholders, whether it's the industry itself that will be complying with these regulations and delivering the reductions, whether it's our intergovernmental partners who will be working with us or in the lead in implementing these programs, or whether it's the members of the communities themselves that are affected. We want to sustain contact and engagement with you so that we really come to a kind of peak level of mutual understanding of what the interests involved are and what the priorities are. Because at the end of the day, we are dealing with a set of urgent environmental challenges, both on the climate side and on the public health side. And we don't just have to get it right, we all have to deliver positive results. So with that, and again with thanks, I'll turn it back over to Dave Cuzzi to proceed with this session. And again, thank you all for participating.
Thank you, Joe, for those remarks to open and focus today's listening session. Before we get started, I would like to echo Joe and thank all of you for taking the time today to share your input with us. I will be joined today by people from several parts of EPA to hear your input. With me on the panel are Jason DeWeese from the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards, Eben Toma from the Office of Research and Development, Amanda Kaufman from the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards, Lo Rao from EPA Region 8, and Holly Wilson from the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. Before we get started, I'd like to go through a few housekeeping items and ground rules that will help make today's hearing run smoothly. We ask that unless you're presenting, please turn your microphone and video off to provide each speaker their opportunity to present. Throughout the listening session today, we will be adding names in the chat box that everyone connected by Zoom can see. That will show you the next two speakers, so you can be ready when I call your name. I will call each speaker separately. When I call on you, please turn your microphone on, state your name, and spell it. Your input is being recorded, and a transcript will be put in the docket we've established for the public to provide input as we're developing the proposed rule. If you've joined us from a computer, you can turn your video on when you are speaking. You should see a button on the bottom of the screen that looks like a video camera. Just click that to turn your video on. If you've joined us by phone, the meeting host will make sure we have your name. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to give comments. You will see a timer on the screen to help you keep track. When your 5 minutes are up, it is time to stop. If you have additional feedback you would like to share, you may submit that to the docket we've established for public input until July 30th, 2021. EPA gives as much consideration to input we receive in writing as we do to input we receive at listening sessions like this one. We have posted information about the docket in the chat box. We are here to listen to you today. However, panel members may ask you questions to clarify your comments. If you run into technical issues, please type a message in the chat to the Zoom host, and we will do our best to assist you. Once you are done speaking, you are welcome to stay in the meeting to listen to other speakers, or you may also listen via YouTube. The link is available on the website where you signed up to speak today. We have also posted the link in the chat box. Thank you again, and now we will get started. Our first speaker is Patrice Tomczyk.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Patrice.
Okay. Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to give comments today. My name is Patrice Tomczyk, and that is Patrice Tomczyk, and I'm the mother of 2 boys living in the town of Gibsonia, located in Southwest Pennsylvania on top of the Marcellus Shale. I'm a national field manager and oil and gas specialist for Moms Clean Air Force, a community of over 1 million moms and dads nationwide united against air pollution and climate change to protect our children's health. We envision a safe, stable, and equitable future where all children breathe clean air. I urge the Environmental Protection Agency to cut oil and gas methane pollution 65% by 2025 from 2012 levels in order to protect children's health and their futures. While we are all vulnerable to air pollution and climate change, certain populations are affected more, such as children, those with underlying medical conditions, low-income communities, as well as Black, Latino, and Indigenous people. Those who live with the closest to polluting sources, such as oil and gas operations, are impacted the most. In the US, 12.6 million people live within a half mile of oil and gas operations, and 2.9 million children go to school within a half mile of oil and gas operations. That puts their health at risk. My children attend the Mars Area School District, where there are 6 unconventional well pads with multiple gas wells and a vast spider web network of pipelines. The closest gas wells that have been fracked are about a half a mile away from my children's 5-school campus, which puts my sons and 3,200 students' health at risk due to the potential exposure to harmful air pollution when they attend school or play outdoor sports. Oil and gas operations emit climate warming methane and harmful volatile organic compounds such as benzene that can affect lung development in children and increase the risk of cancer, immune system damage, and developmental problems. Every day that I send my children to school, I fear for their health, especially my youngest who is a cancer survivor and is now immune compromised. My children need strong comprehensive pollution protections. We can reduce methane and the accompanying harmful pollutants by using monthly leak detection and repair inspection programs, reducing flaring and venting, and using zero bleed pneumatic controllers. Quickly and significantly reducing methane pollution is one of the most important opportunities we have to slow the rate of climate change now. Climate change is a health crisis that many families across the nation are experiencing now, with more wildfires and intense heat waves that contribute to respiratory problems, asthma attacks, worsened allergies that leave children gasping for a breath of clean air. In my state of Pennsylvania, we are seeing climate change contribute to a warmer winters, resulting in a drastic increase of the tick populations and an increase in Lyme disease cases. I have 12 family members and friends who have been treated for Lyme disease in the past 5 years, including my husband. The sudden explosion of this disease is an indication of what's to come with insect-borne diseases if we don't take meaningful action to reduce climate warming methane pollution. Prioritizing the input of the methane rulemaking from environmental justices in frontline communities is imperative, as they have historically shouldered an outsized burden from the impacts of air pollution in the climate crisis. We need environmental justice, and we need climate justice. Parents can't control the air our children breathe. We depend on the people at the EPA to do their jobs to protect them. Children all across the country, including my own, are depending on the EPA and the Biden administration to move swiftly with a protective rule that could cut methane pollution 65% by 2025. Every child has the right to breathe clean air and the right to a stable climate. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Tomczyk. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you again for taking the time out of your day to share your testimony with us.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Richard Tolan.
Thank you. My name is Richard Tolan. As a physician studying the health impacts of climate change and air pollution, I've seen firsthand the fact that the Lyme disease and West Nile virus epidemics are in full swing in Pennsylvania due to climate change. The science is clear that we are in the precipice of a worldwide environmental disaster due in large part to the burning of fossil fuels. Merely slowing down our use of fossil fuels would be akin to Thelma and Louise deciding to just drive more slowly. Although we can't stop using fossil fuels immediately, we can stop building fossil fuel infrastructure and stop exploring for new fossil fuels as we transition to a new economy. Our children should expect nothing less of us. Burning methane as an intermediate step makes no sense. Methane is 80 times more powerful than carbon dioxide as a greenhouse gas, and the methane released at fracking sites and leaking from transport sites and pipelines negates much of the benefit of natural gas over coal. At the very least, we need more comprehensive monitoring of these methane leaks, and we need regulations to stop them. But beyond climate change, natural gas has health harms generally not recognized by most consumers or even by most physicians. For example, when we burn natural gas in our kitchens, nitrous oxide levels can reach triple the levels that the EPA says is safe for short-term outdoor exposure. This nitrous oxide is toxic to lungs, especially developing lungs in small children. And there is now compelling data that suggests that as much as 40% of childhood asthma could be due to burning natural gas in the kitchens of their own homes. There is also now evidence suggesting that exposure of small children and toddlers to nitrous oxide in their homes may be a factor in the development of ADHD. Gas lines into new construction should be banned, or at least come with warning labels that accurately reflect the dangers of its use. At fracking sites and compressor stations, various volatile organic compounds are released intermittently. A recent study in Southwest Pennsylvania found that nearly 30% of residents living near these sites had symptoms that were intermittent and could be attributed to these short-term bursts of volatile organic compounds. Furthermore, these short-term exposures are not registered by the EPA, which only measures average exposures of the particulate matter over a longer period of times and is unable to identify these short-term exposures that people still are at risk for that may last an hour or two. There are a myriad of other health risks to neighbors of these sites. There's low birth weight, there's contamination of water, unearthing of radioactive material. The argument that we cannot afford a rapid transition away from oil and gas is a false argument. According to data that I got on the EPA's own website, 15% reduction in use of fossil fuels for electricity will result in the avoidance of $20 billion per year in health expenditures, $2 billion a year in Pennsylvania alone. And capping wells to prevent methane releases will provide new jobs for workers with old skills. The social costs of burning carbon, borne by all of us and to be borne by our descendants, far exceed the commercial value of its benefits. We're facing an environmental threat beyond anything humanity has ever faced. 30 years from now, we can either admit to our grandchildren that we were part of the problem, or we can tell them with pride that we were part of the solution. The correct choices are obvious, and I ask you to make them. Please, let's regulate methane leaks out of existence and reduce the use of methane and stop building fossil fuel infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tolan. Are there any questions from the panel?
Hi, David. This is Eben Toma, EPA.
Go ahead, Eben.
I just speaker refer and thank the speaker for his comments and refer to a number of studies in PA And I would just ask are there instructions on how those could potentially be submitted to the docket so we can see that information?
I'd be happy to provide them if you tell me, how to do it. I can give you the references.
There is actually directions in the chat box, Dr. Tolan.
Okay.
I just reposted them again for you.
Okay, I see it. So I will send this subsequently.
We greatly appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the panel? Thank you again for taking the time out for your testimony today, Dr. Tolan.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ona Papageorgiou.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Ona Papageorgiou with the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, Division of Air Resources. Understanding the importance of this EPA effort, the department has prepared a statement identifying some concerns and areas that could be improved upon in the realm of oil and natural gas regulation. However, in addition to these comments today, New York State staff are available for further discussion on any component of this vital regulation moving forward. New York strongly supports updates to the new and existing oil and natural gas requirements. Emissions from the sector directly impacts New York's ability to attain the ozone standard and our ability to meet the important requirements mandated by New York's nation-leading climate pollution reduction effort, the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act. Without question, New York is impacted by upwind state emissions from this sector. Analysis of recent inventories for only 2 of many activities from the sector, fugitives and pneumatic pumps, show that upwind states contributed over 230,000 tons per year of VOCs, which directly impact New York's ability to attain the ozone standard. Furthermore, these same activities contributed almost 2 million tons of methane, which is equivalent to over 130 million tons of CO2e with a 20-year global warming potential, which is required by our CLCPA to use the 20-year. New York has proposed an oil and natural gas regulation for in-state activities, but relies on EPA to address upwind emissions. To that end, we put forth the following 4 suggestions. 1, keep methane and include transmission and storage subsectors for both new and existing sources. These aspects of the original rule were effectively unpromulgated by the previous administration. The requirements set forth in NSPS Quad OA and the Control Techniques Guidelines in 2016 were the result of a long and well-developed rulemaking process. The 2016 standards are supported by more than 7,000 public comments and more than 600 documents. The previous administration dismantled portions of this program, creating uncertainty and confusion. The department supports EPA in its work towards the 2016 supported requirements and beyond, including methane and transmission and storage requirements. Number 2, in its state proposal, New York did not include a minimum applicability threshold and asked EPA to consider several factors around this aspect of the regulation. Several studies discuss the phenomenon of super emitters or high emitting sources. This refers to a small portion of sources responsible for the majority of emissions from any given source type. New York chose not to exclude sources from regulation in order to ensure that it was not allowing potential high emitting sources to operate without checks. New York requests that EPA work with small business sources to identify areas where they may gain experience and other resources in meeting the requirements to ensure critical emission reductions. Number 3, New York believes that the social cost of carbon at a 2% discount rate is the most appropriate rate for decision-making, with rates of 1% and 3% useful for providing a complete analysis. This is supported by the interagency working group, where they present significant evidence that the existing range of rates between 2.5% and 5%, with a central rate of 3%, likely underestimates the societal damages from greenhouse gas emissions. And 4, please consider state regulations. I'm not going to go into my full statement on this because I've run out of time, but there are other states that have really made headway as far as alternative technology as well as standards. Please look at that. New York recognizes this moment in time as critical to addressing the continuing threat of climate change. We look forward to working with the current EPA in addressing the uncertainty and confusion created by the last administration and facilitating the creation of strong and proactive regulations for new and existing sources. Thank you.
Thank you, Ona. Are there any questions from the panel?
Yeah, I was wondering if Una wanted to highlight a couple of the states for us to look at with the alternative technology.
Sure. We relied on research from Colorado and California. We've also added language into our proposal, which was published in the State Register on May 12th, and comments are due by July 26th. So those are some that come to mind right off the bat.
Thanks.
Thank you. Ona, our first question is, will you be providing your full testimony into the docket?
We're working on doing so. Yes, we're hoping to be able to do that.
And the other question I had is, you mentioned a study on related to the social cost of carbon. Will you be able to provide that to the docket as well?
We will work on doing that as well. We have guidance in New York State with this information. And if we can provide that to the docket, we'll definitely do so. Thank you.
Greatly appreciate that. Are there any other questions from the panel? Thank you for taking out the time for your testimony today, Emma.
Thank you. Good luck.
Our next speaker is Morgan Costello.
Hi, can you see me and hear me?
Yes, we can, Morgan.
Great, thank you. My name is Morgan Costello, and I'm an Assistant Attorney General in the Office of the New York Attorney General, Letitia James. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We encourage EPA to promptly adopt stringent measures to reduce emissions of methane and volatile organic compounds from new and existing oil and natural gas operations. Cost-effective control technologies and practices to eliminate or substantially reduce these harmful emissions are technically feasible and widely available. EPA's prompt action is necessary to slow climate change, protect public health, and deliver much needed equity and justice for overburdened communities. Methane is a potent greenhouse gas that is responsible for about a quarter of the warming we already experience. Oil and gas facilities are the single largest industrial source of methane emissions. Natural gas facilities built before 2012 are responsible for the majority of these emissions. Methane emissions from oil and gas sources significantly contribute to climate change, which in turn harms New Yorkers in numerous ways. Increased deaths and illnesses due to intensified and prolonged heat waves, damage to public health, particularly among our children, elderly, and those with lung ailments, due to local air pollution exacerbated by hotter temperatures, property damage and hazards to human health, and safety associated with sea level rise and increased severity of storms and flooding. These impacts are borne disproportionately by low-income communities and communities of color. Scientists have determined that quickly cutting relatively short-lived climate superpollutants like methane can immediately slow the rate of warming. Substantial reductions in global methane pollution this decade is critical if we are to have a realistic chance of avoiding catastrophic effects of climate change. Oil and gas facilities are also substantial sources of VOCs, a primary component of ground level ozone or smog. New York experiences persistent and widespread unhealthy levels of smog. Smog harms public health, including triggering asthma attacks and even premature death, and severely impacts already overburdened communities. New York's smog problems are often due to the transport of smog precursors, such as VOCs, from sources upwind. Since EPA's first promulgation of methane regulations for new oil and gas sources in 2016, much has changed to both heighten the urgency of more stringent regulation and to enable EPA to take meaningful action now. First, oil and gas methane emissions have risen steeply, resulting in record high atmospheric concentrations. All segments of the industry, from extraction to processing to transport and distribution, contribute significantly to these emissions. We urge EPA to comprehensively address emissions from all sectors of the oil and gas industry. Second, EPA has substantially more information available to it regarding the amount of methane emitted from oil and gas sources, technologies to reduce those emissions, and the costs of reduction. Regarding the amount of methane emissions, research has shown that EPA historically has underestimated methane emissions in all sectors. Rather than relying solely on bottom-up inventories like the EPA Greenhouse Gas Reporting Program, EPA should also incorporate aerial and other top-down emission data and modeling. EPA should also strengthen fugitive emissions monitoring, reporting, and repair requirements. Regarding cost-effective technologies and practices to reduce emissions, states like California and Colorado have had many years of experience in regulating both new and existing oil and gas sources and can provide a template for EPA's regulations. New Mexico has also promulgated regulations for both new and existing oil and gas sources. And as you just heard from my counterpart in the New York DEC, New York has recently proposed regulations. We encourage EPA to draw on the state's leadership and experience to strengthen standards for new sources and to extend those standards to existing sources. EPA's regulations should require more frequent leak detection and repair, require use of the best available advanced technologies to control, monitor, and eliminate emissions, eliminate any exemption for low production or marginal wells, reduce or eliminate routine flaring or require capture of the gas, include standards to address unplugged and abandoned wells, and provide for strong enforcement. Finally, it is now widely recognized, including by the oil and gas industry itself and by investors, that methane regulation is both necessary and cost-effective. EPA has a legal obligation and a public mandate to act now and to act quickly, and we urge EPA to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Costello. Are there any questions from the panel? And thank you for taking the time for this testimony today, Ms. Costello.
Thank you.
And if you're able to provide written comments to the docket, we greatly appreciate that as well. Your written
Okay.
statements.
Well, we will. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jessica Mormon.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to present this testimony, and I will submit all of my my written testimony to the docket so that you have all of my references in hand. So in Matthew chapter 19, verse 14, Jesus says, "Let the little children come to me and do not hinder them." As an evangelical Christian, I take these words of Jesus seriously and the special care we are to give towards children, both born and unborn. I also take seriously Jesus's call to all his followers to partner with him in his mission to bring abundant life to all, as he states in John chapter 10, verse 10. Ensuring every child and every person has a healthy environment to grow in and thrive is part of this Christian mission and part of the mission of the Evangelical Environmental Network, whom I'm representing. It's also key to fulfilling our biblical mandate from God to be good stewards of his creation. Allowing methane gas and harmful pollutants like volatile organic compounds and cancer-causing agents like benzene to leak unchecked from oil and gas infrastructure violates and runs counter to these Christian values in our mission. The medical community has long known that pollution and other environmental impacts harm our unborn children, and we know that fossil fuels are the most serious threat to our children's health worldwide. As a mother currently pregnant with my second child, these impacts are personal. It was once thought that unborn children were protected from pollutants, but medical research repeatedly shows that this is untrue. The exposure of expectant mothers like myself to air pollution, polluted with smog, VOCs, and air toxics from wasteful methane leaks during pregnancy puts unborn children at increased risk for low birth weight and birth defects. As a parent, I have personally done whatever I can do to protect my unborn child and my older child from harm, but there's only so much I can do to protect them from what's going on outside the four walls of my home. Stopping methane gas pollution is beyond the control of one person, one family, one community, or even one company. We must all work together, and that includes our federal government and especially the United States Environmental Protection Agency, an EPA that is fully empowered again to live up to its critical mission to protect human health and the environment. As a climate scientist, I also know there's no time to waste. Methane gas is a more potent greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide and accounts for 1/4 of today's global warming. Fossil fuel energy systems are the primary source of methane emissions in the United States. And without swift federal action, methane pollution from the industry will continue to skyrocket. However, a recent report from the UN shows that cutting methane emissions is the quickest way to slow global warming in the near term over the next 25 years. And fortunately, with the advances of technology and new monitoring techniques, we have the tools at hand to stop methane gas leaks. We must go beyond the new source standard and implement a new rule for both existing and new sources that reduces methane levels by at least 65% below 2012 levels and addresses the complete production, transportation, and distribution systems for the gas industry. Through the rulemaking process, EPA can set us on a path towards this target. A 65% reduction in methane pollution from new and existing oil and gas operations is an achievable target, and one we can meet using existing technologies at low cost. And when it comes to instituting robust controls on methane gas leaks, the EPA is thankfully not alone. In addition to the evangelical community, leading oil and gas corporations and organizations all support methane leak standards. The Evangelical Environmental Network strongly recommends that any promulgated methane standard address all leaks and fugitive emissions and include the following measures: frequent leak detection and repair, replacement of gas-driven pneumatic equipment, reducing venting and storage tanks, minimizing emissions from well completions, compressors and dehydrators, reducing venting and flaring from gas and oil wells, and reducing venting during maintenance operations. The Evangelical Environmental Network in our community has always supported strong standards to defend our children and their health. And since the rulemaking process began 6 years, over 200,000 pro-life Christians have supported these methane standards needed to defend our children's health. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Moorman. Are there any questions from the panel? And I believe you mentioned that you would be providing your written testimony along with all the references in the docket. That was greatly appreciated.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time today. this time, we're still waiting for some speakers to arrive. If you've arrived and were expecting to speak earlier, but are ready to speak at this time, please raise your hand by hitting the reaction button at the bottom of your screen, and we will get you in the queue to speak. If you prefer to wait till your scheduled time, that is fine as well. Thank you. Our next speaker is Audrey Mascarenhas. I apologize.
No worry. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Audrey Mascarenhas, and I'm president and CEO of a clean technology company. But first, I want to say that I've spent the first 18 years of my career working in oil and gas and 21 years at Questor trying to be this change agent. We know that methane has a very significant negative impact, not only on climate change, but on air quality. And I want to share with you that we have technology right now that could create zero emission sites. The goal of getting to reduce methane by 65% is achievable right now. So what gets in the way? Number one is all of our regulation has only focused on less than 5% of the emissions. When we talk about pneumatics and compressor seals and LIDAR, we only look for little leaks. But we're missing the fact that we vent significant volumes in what we do around maintenance on flowbacks. I know personally that we have many sites across the United States, including Pennsylvania, that have no combustion control at all. And the entire site is venting. And it's not just small companies, it's large companies, which tells me that we don't have rules that require zero emissions at a site. We only have rules that focus on less than 5% of those volumes. And probably one of our biggest flaws is we get to assume that a flare is 98% efficient. So even when it's black and smoky and it's obvious it's not, and all the detection equipment's telling us this isn't the case, everyone gets to assume that it's 98% efficient, and we miss an enormous source of negative emissions. So particulates, VOCs, methane, etc. In addition, we totally ignore maintenance volumes. When we blow down pipelines, we vent. When we do engine maintenance, we vent. When we have upsets, when we start wells up and unload them, we vent. We have not accounted for a significant volume. And most of the time we use emission factors, go bottoms up, only look at specific pieces, and hence are significantly underestimating our emissions. The problem with methane is as it degrades over the 100 years, it's releasing VOCs, ozone, and other harmful things. So the impact on methane isn't just climate change, it's also air quality and human health. We've been doing a lot of work in Colorado and North Dakota, and some of the other speakers have mentioned that. The rules that the states have are much further ahead than the EPA, and that's a perfect example in North Dakota. We ignore and don't realize the value of converting methane to CO2 and having clean combustion so that we're not creating all these pollutants. And we can do this from the well all the way to its delivery to the consumer. And so I really encourage you to start to look at what technology is available. There's lots of examples out there. Look at what some of the leading states are doing around that regulation. And I believe that we can be successful globally to get to zero methane emissions right now, cost effectively, at a cost of less than $1 a ton of CO2 equivalent, less than a couple of cents to eliminate methane. And we can use that methane heat energy from clean combustion to generate power, to treat water, to use it for process. The two biggest opportunities we have on this planet to stop the temperature rise and really reduce emissions is methane and energy efficiency. And a lot of our rules don't focus on it. Quad O is quite outdated. You've got lots of equipment that does not perform. So set strong standards to make sure that we've got equipment that is performing well. And you've got to enforce, because even though you have rules, people find ways to skirt around those rules. And I know personally, you've got a whole bunch of very big sites that are venting their entire volume. They're not even flaring. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
And thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
I would just encourage Audrey to submit, the comments, written comments, kind of showing the analysis of the cost effectiveness and any, testing data to show the effectiveness of their control technology, because that will be very important.
No, and Jason, just to add, so Colorado and North Dakota have accepted our high efficiency. So when a client uses us for a pad site or a facility, they can assume we're 99.99% efficient. We have ISO certification. So 14034 is a new ISO standard for environmental technology. We have shown all the way from pad sites to pipeline maintenance that it is possible to get to net zero. And actually, we have a site in New York State where this community did not want to see flaring or venting. And Williams was able to create a site with no flaring and no venting. So we covered not only day-to-day volumes, but maintenance. And probably the area that we've so underestimated the emissions is maintenance, because we've totally ignored that. And every engine only runs for 40,000, hours and has to be overhauled. We vent that. We pig lines, we vent that. We replace valves on pipelines, we vent that volume. And we've started to do jobs in California and Texas and Chicago on some of the large pipeline infrastructure to show that you can get to zero methane.
Yeah, I'd be interested to hear about how many you've implemented in your own comments to it. I know we're at short time, but all that information would be
so. Environmental Defense Fund has just put out a report and they feature us in that. We are quoted in there. And so I'm also doing a Society of Petroleum Engineers talk of, is there a future for oil and gas in a net zero world? So I don't know if there's an opportunity to put those kinds of things on the portal, but I'd be delighted to do that.
Yeah, you can put presentations or whatever in there. It's very accepting of different documents.
Okay.
Yes, and the docket where you can post that, it was loaded in the chat box.
Okay.
Well.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Any other questions from the panel? Thank you, Audrey, for your testimony today. Take the time.
Pleasure.
Our next speaker is RJ Harrington.
Test 1, 2, yeah.
I can hear you. We can hear you.
Hey, David, Jason, Amanda, Lowe, Evan. RJ Harrington, President and CEO of Sustainable Action Consulting, a public benefit corporation. I'm also a fellow human and air breather and water drinker. So part of my comments will be a bit philosophical. I'm not nearly the expert that Audrey is, and just presented on a lot of technical details. But Sustainable Action Consulting is a public benefit corporation because, yes, we live in a capitalist system. And so I and my colleagues are in business to generate a profit. It's what business is for. But we do so in service to people and the planet. And I would also argue all of our other fellow species. And so I speak today not only on my behalf as a business person, but on my family's behalf, my children's behalf, and all of our collective progeny. Sustainable Action Consulting also does business as national car charging. And so I speak to you today from that business person's perspective. And although I am totally stoked with what Audrey is bringing to market, and that sounds incredible, I also need to focus on the electrification of the transportation system. So our vision is to decarbonize the economy, and through national car charging, we are attempting to decarbonize and eliminate greenhouse gases from the transportation system. Y'all may be aware that the International Energy Agency earlier this month basically told us humans, stop. You need to stop developing new fossil infrastructure. So although Audrey's tech is awesome and it does sound like it works, I can't wait to read all of the things that she will put into the record. To me, we just need to get off extraction and combustion. And we can do that. The technology exists. We are electrifying transportation across the country now in 44 states with over 5,000 different charging stations. So we are doing that as an American company. We're doing that with American local electrical contractors. Those jobs cannot be offshored, so that's important to mention. So ultimately, from that business perspective, we are bringing the solutions to market that can help us kick the addiction to additional fossil infrastructure. So yes, let's use Audrey's tech, let's clean it up, but let's also really focus on what we can do to eliminate the extraction and combustion component to our economy, because it's getting easier, more cost effective to clean up the grid, to do on-site generation and storage, to build resilience into our system that is not necessarily, my vocab is failing me, dependent upon either a pipeline system or a grid system. And so all of these technologies are advancing quite rapidly, and we can, in fact, dig ourselves out of this hole. I am very hopeful that the fact that my Air Now app, which many of you may be familiar with because it appears to be an EPA tool supported locally by the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. And yes, I'm used to making public testimony here locally. So I am in Louisville, Colorado on the Front Range. Glad Audrey's tech is being deployed here locally. But the frac fields to our east and our north are emitting vast quantities of pollutants, despite the fact that Colorado has super advanced regulations and is doing such a very good job. So as the time winds down, I appreciate the opportunity. I did jump ahead in the queue, and so all of my written comments are not ready, but I will submit them just as quickly as I possibly can. And also reflect on the previous commenter before Audrey, who I didn't get a chance to write down her name, but yeah, it's our planet. There is no planet B. We really need to focus on creation care in the preservation of all species. Thank you so very much for your work, and yay, EPA.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. You can also, I know you mentioned your written comments. You have until July 30th of this year to submit those.
Understood. I won't race to do it this afternoon. I've got some electric vehicle charging infrastructure projects to attend to.
Are there any questions for Mr. Harrington?
Thanks again.
Thank you again for taking the time out of your day to provide your testimony. We appear to be ahead of schedule. We have speakers who have not yet arrived, so we're going to pause the listening session for 20 minutes to give additional speakers time to arrive. So this time we'll go into a break.
Enjoy your break.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the listening session on oil and natural gas. We're going to get started here in a moment, just waiting for a couple more other panel members to rejoin. And I believe we're ready to get started. And our first speaker will be Matt Jones.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I know how long these days can be. I appreciate you being willing to do it. My name is Matt Jones. I'm a Boulder County Commissioner in Colorado. Prior to that, I was in the state Senate and the state House, worked on these issues. And probably more appropriate to this testimony is I used to be a wildland firefighter up until 11 years ago as part of my job. And I will never forget the time I stood on the 4 Mile fire, watching a plume of smoke over a hillock. And it's a black pinpoint smoke. It was probably somebody's home. And I watched their whole livelihood go up in smoke, literally. That fire was the biggest fire in Colorado at the time on the number of homes burnt, 169. It was surpassed within 3 years by 3 more fires. This year, we had the largest fire in terms of acreage in Boulder County history, 10,000 acres, the Cowwood Fire. And our neighboring counties to the north and the west had fires 20 times that size. When I first started doing firefighting in 1993, 10,000 acres was a big fire. Our friends out in California have million-acre fires. That's the world we're in. It's so disruptive to people's lives, and it's here, and it's because of climate change. That's why these things are happening. 2013, we experienced a horrible flood. Same thing. People lost homes, people trying to rebuild. We just are finishing the last road to be fixed after that flood, and we're still asking FEMA to pay what we think we're owed. And again, it's very disruptive and problematic for everybody, and it is just not good for us at all. And it's a crisis. The flood was probably caused or heightened in severity by warm water off the Gulf of Mexico, scientists found. And I know I'm going on long about this, and you guys already know about it, but it's so real. I think we need to talk about how vivid it is. Let me tell you, we're in Boulder County and in the metro area, we're dealing with the climate crisis and ongoing ozone non-attainment in the Denver metro range, Front Range area. First, and 2 things here, we breathe this air. In Boulder County, we funded air monitoring and modeling studies to show that heavy impacts from oil and gas in and near Boulder County, despite Colorado's oil and gas regulations, which are more stringent than EPA's. And it shows elevated oil and gas related VOCs and methane at times when the winds are carrying pollution from areas with heavy oil and gas development, just all across the county line, basically. And our modeling analysis of the monitoring data links high ozone levels to oil and gas producing regions. These are scientists doing this work. It's not government folks. And these things, these wells really, really leak. Boulder County's inspection program shows that repeat and frequent leaks across equipment types, oil and gas sources within the county. Stronger rules to control emissions with existing sources are needed. Here's to give you some numbers. In 2014, more than 1,000 sites were visited in the county, 147 production sites. Gas leaks were at 86% of them, 86. Yes, 86. In any one year, it's 38 to 49%, and 64% leaked year to year. When you add the leaks there and you add the leaks in transmission and you add the leaks in processing, this is dirtier than coal. The gas, natural gas, methane gas, it's a branding name, it's methane, it's dirtier than coal from a climate perspective. And why should the industry be allowed to make people sick or die? We had explosions you might have heard about, and people have asthma. We have a higher risk of asthma in Colorado than elsewhere. For me, what I really hope that the federal government does is rapidly phase out oil and gas. The International Energy Agency has now called for the almost immediate end to all oil and gas development worldwide and lays out milestones for a pathway to decarbonize. I hope you look at that. For me, these wells get shut in for different reasons. If there's a repeat offender, you should require them to be shut in. These folks don't learn until they hit them in the pocketbook. They're very profit oriented, and that's what you should be doing. At a very minimum, you should require zero bleed pneumatic controllers at all existing and new sites, similar to Colorado's Air Quality Control Commission regulations that were passed in 2021. And the frame you should, I think, look at this in, my time's expired, but the frame you should look at this in is that fire and that house going up and that flood. That's what's happening. We need drastic action now, and I'm depending on you to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Are there any questions from the panel?
Yeah, it might have been my connection, but what was the 86% leak related to? I think you were breaking up, so I didn't hear what you said.
Let me make sure I have it exactly here.
Okay.
The 100%, 140, we had 1,000 site visits since 2014.
Okay.
And 147 production sites. And of those 147 sites, 86% of them leak.
Okay.
And we would tell people about them, the industry, and they often would go out and fix them, and then they'd leak the next year.
So these are production pads?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Jones, is that in the study or some paper that could be shared with submitted to the docket?
Yes, that was written up, and also the modeling was done by a scientist out of CIRES, CIRES, not just us political folk.
And can you submit that? Do you have that available to submit to the docket? There's actually instructions on where to go to submit it to the docket in the chat room.
I would be happy to, and thank you for doing this. This is so critical.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Any other questions from the panel?
Mr. Jones, you referenced the Colorado's air quality control standards as a model. Would you be able to submit some of that information to the docket?
Sure. Basically, ironically, I was in the State House in 1992, and we allowed the state to set standards over federal levels. And the state has done a lot of that lately, as you probably know, methane being one of the gases. And so I'm happy to share that with you.
Thank you.
I'm surprised you asked questions. I've been in your shoes so many times. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the panel? Thank you for taking the time today, Commissioner Jones.
Thank you. Yep.
Our next speaker is Adrian Wald. Ms. Wald, you may still be on mute. Yeah, if you're using a phone, you may have to hit *6 to unmute. Ms. Wald, we appear to be having a connectivity issue at this point. Your screen keeps on popping on and off. I'm not sure if you can hear me or not. Yes, Ms. Wald, are you able to hear me? We'll try and resolve the technical difficulties with Ms. Wald, and we'll move to our next speaker, Elizabeth Hauptman. You're still muted, Ms. Hauptman. Ms. Hauptman, if you're using a phone, you may have to hit *6 to unmute the phone. Ms. Hauptman, you may have to hit *6 on your phone to unmute. If you can hear me, we cannot hear you. Ms. Hauptman, we can see you, but you need to unmute your phone. If you're on Zoom on that, you need to hit the unmute button, or else you need to use *6. It looks like you're on a phone. We cannot hear you, Ms. Hauptman. Ms. Hauptman, you need to unmute your phone. You can do that by hitting *6.
Can you hear me now? It's Adrienne Wald.
We can hear you now, Ms. Wald.
Okay, I think there's something wrong with the phone because I was on the phone before I switched over to my computer. So I think there's a problem with the sound on the phone.
Okay, I know. Were you able to hear us, Ms. Wald?
I was able to hear you, but I could not be heard.
Okay, because on the phone you have to hit *6, but we can go ahead if you're.
Yeah, I did hit *6. It didn't work.
Oh, okay. Well,
So
thank you.
she might be having the same problem.
Okay, I appreciate that. So, Ms. Wald, why don't you go ahead and provide if you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. And I apologize for the problems before. Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to offer my remarks to the EPA, expressing my strong support for the US EPA to adopt more stringent measures to reduce emissions of methane and associated pollution from both new and existing oil and gas operations. My name is Dr. Adrienne Wald. I'm an associate professor of nursing at a private college, and I'm a public health advocate, as well as a member of the National Alliance of Nurses for Healthy Environments. I live in New York and am a member of the New York State and American Public Health Associations. I've been a nurse administrator and educator for over 40 years, and my comments are my own. Adopting more stringent measures to reduce the emissions of methane and associated pollution from both new and existing oil and gas operations would allow us to slow climate change, as well as provide important health benefits by reducing air, land, and water pollution. Methane extraction, processing, transportation, and distribution all contribute to emissions both of methane and of associated pollution, such as volatile organic compounds known as VOCs and toxic gases. Methane and associated emissions are associated with very serious health effects through their contributions to climate change. These emissions pose serious threats to human health directly, as in the case of exposure to toxic gases, as well as from the smog formed by these VOCs, and indirectly from methane's contribution to climate change. There are numerous climate-related health impacts that we already feel across the United States. We just heard from wildfires, respiratory rates, heat stroke mortality, lung function damage, huge increases in hospitalizations for asthma and respiratory infections, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, as well as vector-borne diseases across the board. In addition, food insecurity and mental health impacts, such as high levels of anxiety and post-traumatic stress disorder, occur. Climate health effects are most severely felt by vulnerable populations, which include low-income communities of color, immigrant groups, indigenous peoples, children, pregnant people, older adults, and vulnerable occupational groups, people with disabilities, and those with chronic conditions. Methane extraction also leads to the release of other pollutions, these VOCs, which include hazardous air pollutants that can cause cancer, affect the nervous system, cause birth defects. In addition to being toxic, they contribute to the formation of ground level ozone, and when they are transported and mixed with these diesel fuel trucks and equipment at fracking sites, the exposure to this ozone can cause irreversible damage to the lungs and significantly increase the chance of premature death. As we said, there are vulnerable populations. Ozone is linked to premature birth, which with low birth weight is a leading cause of infant death. Children are particularly vulnerable because of their immature respiratory development. EPA action to adopt measures to reduce methane emission based on data showing that these measures would improve human health both in the short and the long term, would especially impact health equity, is a serious concern to me as a healthcare professional. Reducing methane emissions is urgently needed to limit pollution and prevent premature deaths. As a nurse scientist and educator, I teach future nurses how to protect human health and prevent disease. As nurses, we treat patients who suffer from the well-known ill health effects of pollution and climate change that methane emission reduction aims to address. The severe health effects from methane emissions on air pollution particularly harm the health of those who are most vulnerable. In New York, where I live, or lower income and other vulnerable communities, including Black, Latino, Asian, and others are and will be disproportionately affected by inadequate air quality protections. This is dangerous and harmful. EPA protections are necessary if health disparities, such as much higher rates of asthma in lower income and communities of color, are to be impacted. Nurses serve on the front lines in hospitals and in the community and witness the death and devastation caused to our patients and communities and the enormous strain put on the healthcare system by inadequate protection of air and water. The EPA should establish stronger standards to control emissions from new, reconstructed, and modified oil and gas processes and equipment, and require that the oil and gas industry take the most effective steps possible to prevent future fugitive emissions of methane and other gases from their operations and capture those gases that do escape. I urge the EPA to adopt strong measures to reduce the harmful impacts of methane emissions and related toxins. More protective standards will protect public health and save lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wall. Are there any questions from the panel?
No questions.
Thank you for taking the time today, and we apologize for the
Sorry to cause a delay. Thank you.
technical issues to start this.
Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Hauptman.
Hello.
Hello.
Great, thank you. I'm Elizabeth Hauptman. I live in Brighton with my family. I'm the field manager with Moms Clean Air Force Michigan. We have 30,000 members here in Michigan and over 1 million nationally fighting for clean air and climate for the sake of our children's health. The EPA needs to cut oil and gas pollution by 65% by 2025. The oil and gas industry is one of the largest sources of industrial methane pollution. Methane, which is the primary ingredient in natural gas, is a powerful greenhouse gas that is contributing to the climate crisis. Michiganders are experiencing climate change today with more flooding, coastal erosion, warming of our Great Lakes, and extreme weather. Climate change is causing our lakes to warm faster than our oceans and impacting fish populations. These changes affect commerce and recreation for all Michiganders. In addition, Michigan summers are getting longer and hotter, including last week's unprecedented heat wave in the Midwest, where temperatures were hotter in states much further south, like Texas. These hotter temperatures can cause increased ground level ozone, pollution, or smog. Smog is a lung irritant that triggers asthma attacks. My son, Oscar, has asthma, so I understand how vital clean air is for his life. He is one of 166,000 children in Michigan who suffer from asthma. Michigan has some of the worst asthma rates in the country, according to the American Lung Association. In the summertime, parents like me need to check our weather apps to see if it's even safe for our children to play outside. We have far too often rushed home after a soccer game on a hot summer day to use this nebulizer. Children are more impacted by air pollution for many reasons. They breathe more rapidly than adults, spend more time outdoors, and are more physically active than adults, thus exposing their still developing lungs to more air pollution. That is why I depend on the EPA to do their job to protect children from air pollution and climate change. Moms and dads want climate action, and we want the EPA to make protective regulations that would limit potent greenhouse gas emissions from the oil and gas operations. We need methane pollution cut by 65% by 2025 to help clean up our air, protect our children's health, and stabilize our climate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hauptman. Are there any questions from the panel? There's no questions from the panel. Thank you for taking the time today to provide this testimony. And I apologize for the technical difficulties at the start of your
Oh, no problem. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Yuritsa Perez.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Yuritsa Perez, and I'm calling from Orlando, Florida. As a second-generation Puerto Rican, I get to represent the state of Florida as a field organizer for Moms Clean Air Force. And as you have heard from a number of my colleagues, Moms Clean Air Force is a phenomenal organization with over 1 million parents from across the country that are urging you to cut gas and methane pollution. Now, as a Floridian, as a Latina, as a United States Marine Corps veteran, and most importantly, as a mother, I am asking you to listen to us. We the people, every single one of us, because we all deserve and demand justice in every breath. I urge the Environmental Protection Agency to cut oil and gas methane pollution by 65% by 2025 to protect our children's health and their futures. Did you know that there are close to 2 million Latinos living within a half a mile of existing oil and gas facilities due to high levels of poverty, low levels of health insurance, and lack of access to adequate health care? Latinos are disproportionately burdened by the health impacts from methane and other air pollution. We experience over 153,000 asthma attacks and over 112,000 missed school days every year. That's crazy. It's not fair. It's insane that any community is disproportionately affected like this. And Latino communities are 3 times more likely to be negatively affected by air pollution because of where they live and work. That's insane. We live in counties that are frequently violating ground level ozone standards. We are literally living in environments and communities that are toxic and full of contaminants that are harmful to our children's lungs. We owe it to our children and to their futures. We owe it to ourselves. We owe this to our parents and to our grandparents who have sacrificed so much for us to be here. This is a basic human right. I should feel comfortable when stepping outside, knowing that the air is clean, knowing that I sacrificed 12 years of selfless service to this country only to be treated as a second-class citizen will be no more. Latinos have sacrificed our children for generations in honor and service to this country, and we deserve to come back to a healthy, clean land, no matter where that land is. The current climate crisis has caused millions to migrate to the state of Florida to seek refuge and stability. In order to welcome those families, we must provide and implement drastic change now. We have had veterans who have fought wars abroad only to come home and die from toxic environment and bad health care. We can't do this. Latino children are 40% more likely to die from asthma, and Latino whites are nearly 10% of Latino children under the age of 18 suffer from chronic respiratory illness. The time for change is now. Will you do what is right? Or will you let the rest of our futures depend on someone else's bottom line? Thank you for your time. I hope that you remember what I said. What Moms Cleanup Force has said in the past and today. These issues are extremely important and are clearly affecting us in more than, these issues are extremely important and they are clearly affecting us more than it is affecting you. I hope that you take these words and really take them to heart and understand how important it is to us, Americans. I hope you have an outstanding rest of your week. Semper Fidelis, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Are there any questions from the panel?
Ms. Perez, if you have any of the studies that you refer to for Latino children, would you please make sure that they get into the docket for review?
Most certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, thank you for your service and thank you for taking the time today for this testimony.
Thank you. It was a privilege.
Our next speaker is Kara Cook.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today. My name is Kara Cook. I'm a registered nurse and part of the Alliance of Nurses for Healthy Environments, the only national nursing organization focused solely on how the environment impacts human health. Our organization strongly urges EPA to adopt more stringent measures to reduce the emissions of methane and associated pollution from both new and existing oil and gas sources. These measures are vital to help mitigate climate change and would achieve significant health benefits by reducing pollution. The Clean Air Act requires that EPA review and revise standards to ensure they adequately protect public health from hazardous air pollutants. Oil and natural gas production emits some of the most harmful pollution, and emissions can occur at every step of the process. In 2019, US oil and gas companies emitted more than 16.3 million metric tons of methane. Oil and gas operations also contribute to unsafe levels of smog and emit toxic air pollutants. When methane is released, hazardous air pollutants like volatile organic compounds are released as well. These emissions pose serious threats to human health, particularly to the oil and gas workers and the millions of people living in nearby communities. VOCs released with methane, such as benzene and formaldehyde, are recognized as known human carcinogens. They also contribute to the formation of ground level ozone. Exposure to ground level ozone can cause irreversible damage to the lungs, increase risk of premature death, contribute to asthma attacks, and aggravate other chronic lung and cardiac conditions. Exposure to ozone is also linked to premature birth and adverse birth outcomes. Further, regulating methane emissions is a justice and equity issue. Often the people who live in communities closest to oil and gas production sites are low income and/or communities of color and are disproportionately exposed and harmed from oil and gas pollution. Methane is also a potent greenhouse gas and a major contributor to climate change. Climate change poses an immediate and growing threat to human health. Warming temperatures, due in part to methane leaks, will lead to more ozone pollution, wildfire smoke, extreme heat, severe storms and flooding, longer allergy seasons, the spread of disease, and more. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the next 12 years are critical to reducing emissions of greenhouse gases to slow climate change and protect us from the profound impacts on the environment, food supply, and human health that will arise with increased global temperatures. Strong standards to reduce emissions of these harmful pollutants from new and existing sources in the oil and gas industry will ensure that health risks for people with asthma and other lung diseases, children, the elderly, individuals with pre-existing conditions, as well as those living on the front lines are lessened. Standards are also common sense and cost-effective solutions to reduce methane and other emissions. EPA's own analysis showed that standards achieve significant reductions of methane and other harmful air pollution at a far lower cost than the benefits they provide. The Clean Air Act requires that oil and gas companies deploy the best available technology to reduce the harm that emissions have on public health. The technology to reduce methane emissions from the oil and gas sector will not only provide vast benefits to public health, of the workers, the communities closest to oil and gas sites, and other populations at risk from climate-related events. It will reduce the waste of nearly $2 billion in energy that could go towards heating homes. It is the responsibility of the EPA to promulgate standards that clean up air pollution from the oil and gas sector. Additionally, our country can reduce the impact of climate change if the United States shows leadership in reducing emissions of greenhouse gases. Standards that regulate pollution from the oil and gas sector are critical for the health of Americans now and in the future. The Alliance of Nurses for Healthy Environments urges EPA adopt more stringent measures to reduce the emissions of methane and associated pollution from both new and existing oil and gas operations. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel? Thank you again for taking the time out of your day, Ms. Cook, and providing your testimony for us today.
Thank you.
Our next registered speakers have not yet arrived. If you have not spoken yet and would like to speak, please raise your hand using the reaction buttons at the bottom of the screen. Our staff will add your names to the chat window to speak, and if you're on the phone, you will need to hit *9 to raise your hand. Our next speaker is Sandra Wheeler.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we have.
Thank you. My name is Sandra Wheeler from Farmington, New Mexico in the Four Corners area. Estimates are that everyone living here in San Juan County lives within a mile of at least one oil or gas well. We also live under the Four Corners methane hotspot, a 2,500 square mile methane cloud visible from space. So I consider myself a stakeholder. And like the US Task Force on Air Quality, I am asking for a 65% reduction in methane emissions by 2025. As you know, over its first 20 years in the atmosphere, methane has at least 80, some say 87 times the warming potential of CO2. In April 2020, the Environmental Defense Fund said there was so much methane escaping just from the Permian Basin, which is in southwest Texas and southeast New Mexico, that it has nearly tripled the climate warming effect of actually burning the fuel that is produced through this process that leads to the emissions in burning it in transportation, heating, and power. And all of that has zero economic benefit to anyone. So if methane emissions are that bad near term, drastic cuts would have walloping big near-term effects that we desperately need. Just last month, the executive director of the UN Environmental Program said, cutting methane is the strongest lever we have to slow climate change over the next 25 years. The benefits to society, economies, and the environment far outweigh the costs. In November 2019, the UN said that if we didn't cut emissions every year this decade, we face an intolerable 3.2 degrees Celsius temperature rise, blowing past Paris goals. To cut emissions, you need to stop as much venting and flaring as humanly possible. One problem is that many oil producers consider the natural gas methane also produced as uneconomical to capture and sell. So your penalties for not capturing it must be prohibitively high, or producers could consider regularly paying fines as just the cost of doing business. Some leakage is accidental. Valves, pumps, gauges, flanges, pipe connections at every step from drilling to delivery can fail. Some are deliberately built in. During normal operations, pneumatic valves are designed to bleed small amounts. For maintenance, methane is vented from storage tanks as a normal process. Please consider each source of these emissions to see how best to plug them as much as possible. We already know how the well completion stage can be either dirty or green. Please mandate green. And do not assume either goodwill or adequate resources for states to enforce whatever plan you decide on. Earthworks said this month, it's going to take something like an army to enforce environmental rules in Texas. They want the EPA itself to take over from Texas regulators. And that sounds extreme, but state records in Texas show since 2013 show that Texas regulators approved 35,000 requests to flare and denied all of 0 requests. Green lights all the way. even here in San Juan County, the first public meeting in October 2019 on proposed methane regulations got furious pushbacks from local small oil and gas producers aimed at the Democratic administration and accusing the department of faking their infrared videos of methane leaks. It's going to be an uphill battle. Please do everything you can to make this strong. Thank you for the privilege of speaking.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler, for taking the time today to speak. Any questions from the panel?
Could you, I think you were breaking up on my end. You said someone was accused of faking OGI videos? Could you?
Oh, yes. In the first public meeting here in October 2019, when the state was asking for input from communities that would be the most affected, on methane regulation by the state. The local oil and gas association and many of the small producers who are not really, they're not ExxonMobil, you know, and they were so threatened that this could really, really undermine them that they said that the department's infrared videos were fake. That when it showed piping that the naked eye and a regular camera could not see methane leaks from, but the infrared did pick up methane leaks, that was fake. And we were just doing this to persecute them. And they said that the regulations had already been written, that this was just a PR formality.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Wheeler? Thank you again for taking the time today to provide your testimony, Ms. Wheeler. We
My
greatly appreciate
pleasure.
it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we don't have any speakers that have arrived because we're running ahead of time. If you're on the Zoom and have not spoken yet today and would like to speak at this time, please raise your hand. If you have registered for later time, you can wait for them as well. If you're on the phone, please hit *9 so we can get you in the queue. Having seen no hands or seen anyone on the phone, we are going to pause the listening session for 15 minutes. We'll return at 2:15 to give additional speakers time to arrive. Thank you again for joining today's listening session. We're just waiting for a couple of panel members to join in, and we will start at that point. All right, at this time, our next speaker will be Chili Yazzie.
My name is Dwayne Chiliazzi of Shiprock, New Mexico. I live in the western sector of the New Mexico infamous methane cloud. Oil and gas development with the unmitigated release of methane reportedly constitutes 25% of the climate crisis. And this is bound to increase with the cutback of the coal-fired carbon plants. And all of this is helping to kill the planet. The energy developers have the direct blame and responsibility for destabilizing the life of the earth, and the politicians and bureaucrats who allowed this are complicit, and it's all for the economics of it. Should dollars and the economy overshadow the life of all living things and the life of the planet? As a grandfather, I am gravely concerned with the ability of the earth to sustain life into the future for our grandchildren. On behalf of all of our grandchildren, yours and mine, I respectfully request that the EPA issue the strongest possible rules to stop the methane pollution. Our best option is to stop the release of methane, begin scaling back on oil and gas development, and transition to clean energy. I leave you with one thought. What will our future grandchildren say about us? Will they blame us or thank us? I know my grandchildren into the future will speak kindly of me for working to save their planet, their home. What will your grandchildren say about you? Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Chiliazzi, for taking the time today to provide that testimony. Are there any questions from the panel? Seeing none, thank you again for taking the time this afternoon to share your testimony with us, Mr. Chiliazzi. Our next speaker is Lee Barber.
Good afternoon. My name is Leah Barber. Let's see if I got on here.
You're
Okay.
fine. We can hear you and
Thanks.
see you.
Alrighty. So hi there. Like I said, my name is Leah Barber, and I'm the West Virginia field organizer for Moms Clean Air Force. I would like to begin by first expressing my gratitude for the opportunity to share a public comment with you today. I'm ultimately here to express a strong sense of urgency to this administration to cut oil and gas methane pollution 65% down from 2012 levels by 2025 in order to protect children's health and their futures. I am a mother of 2 children under 5 and under living in Pocahontas County, West Virginia. Our family chose to live in West Virginia so that our children can grow up close to and learn from their natural environment. There are many benefits to this lifestyle, and perhaps one of the most beneficial is what often feels like the purity or pristine condition of our air and water. In our home, one of our main themes is to cultivate stewardship. And with an abundance of wildlife and natural resources here in the Mountain State, we have countless opportunities to learn about and act in ways that support our environment. And while it's really important for us to foster a reciprocal relationship with the natural world, we are also keenly aware of the impact the pollution legacy that extractive and chemical industries have left in their wake. Not only is the oil and gas industry responsible for dumping millions of tons of toxic air pollution into our air each year, but methane, which constitutes the largest component of natural gas, is leaked at unacceptable rates throughout the supply chain. Not to mention the tens of thousands of abandoned and orphan wells coupled with venting and flaring practices here in West Virginia and beyond. Existing emissions variability significantly complicates this problem. Methane is a highly potent greenhouse gas that warms the planet 86 times more than carbon pollution over a 20-year time frame, and it is literally fueling the climate crisis. And here at home, West Virginians are already interfacing with the impacts of climate change on the daily. I mentioned before how important it is to our family to get outside as much as possible, but lately we've been more cautious about how we engage because of the full-blown tick boom we've been experiencing here in West Virginia over the last few years. Tick-borne illness, especially Lyme disease, is a major threat to our health. We don't go outside without first dousing ourselves in blends that help to repel these pests. And a changing climate is the primary reason why we interface with these risks, and significantly reducing methane pollution is one of the most impactful ways that we can fight climate change. My 5-year-old is beginning kindergarten in the fall, and while doing some research for my testimony today, it was quite alarming for me to find out that over 890 schools here in West Virginia are within half a mile of oil and gas operations. And as it turns out, kids are not alone in this too close for comfort exposure. With oil and gas operations spread well throughout the state, approximately 14% of West Virginia's population lives within a half-mile threat radius of a methane emitting facility. With more than half of West Virginia's counties exceeding EPA's cancer risk level of concern, and nearly half of those counties also have either an EPA respiratory hazard level or concern of a respiratory hazard in the top 2%. The magnitude of health and climate impacts driven by methane pollution put our family's health and the future climate our children will inherit at unnecessary risk. It would be irresponsible not to act now to reduce methane emissions from the oil and gas industry. And although the choices we make in our daily lives weigh greatly upon the outcome of our life experiences, you are the experts. There's only so much a mother can do to ensure her children have clean air to breathe and a stable climate to thrive in. I'm a believer in when you know better, you do better. This is an opportunity to do better, and I urge you to make the responsible choice that will ensure a safe and healthy climate and future for all Americans and beyond, for all life. Once again, I urge this administration to cut oil and gas methane pollution 65% by 2025, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I also wanted to mention that I was slated for 2 speaking slots, and we have another organizer, Stephanie Klein, if I come up again, who will fill that space. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
Ms. Barbara, you cited 890 schools are within a half mile of oil and gas productions in West Virginia. Could you just provide that data or cite it, please?
I would be happy to. That was from the Clean Air Task Force's oil and gas fact sheet, and I can drop the link in the chat if that's helpful.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
And Ms. Barber, you mentioned a study that looked at West Virginia counties and their exceedances of cancer levels and air pollution. Do you have supporting information for that as well?
Yes, I do. If you'll hold, I can drop both of those links in the chat.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Hearing none, thank you again for taking the time out of your day, Ms. Barber, to provide this testimony. We greatly appreciate it. So we are again running ahead of schedule. If you have not spoken yet and would like to speak, please raise your hand using the reaction buttons at the bottom of the screen. If you're on the phone and you can raise your hand by pressing *9. If you are registered for a later time and still would like to wait, then that is fine as well. And I see a couple hands have popped up here. Our next speaker is Stephanie Klein.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for the opportunity to offer my comments today. Again, my name is Stephanie Klein. I live in Washington, D.C., and I am a field organizer for the D.C. area with Moms Clean Air Force. I am the mother of 2 little girls, ages 4 and 7. I'm an environmental scientist by training and a former career employee of this agency, having worked under Presidents George W. Bush and Barack Obama. As such, I understand firsthand the immense importance of the opportunity that lies before EPA today. Through its rulemaking process, this agency has the chance to significantly slow the impacts of climate change and ensure that our children and grandchildren inherit a stable planet, I encourage EPA to cut methane pollution from the oil and gas industries by 65% by 2025, over 2012 levels. You've already heard from many of my colleagues over the past 3 days. The reason so many moms have turned out to speak at this listening session is because more than anything, we care about our children's well-being and we will fight for what's best for them. And what is best for our kids is most certainly a planet where they can live out their lives absent the disastrous impacts of climate change. That means a planet with clean air and a stable climate. Everyone has the right to breathe clean air, but in many parts of the country, that just is not a reality. Here in Washington, D.C., for example, 1 in 10 kids suffers from asthma, which is exacerbated by ground level ozone pollution. And in some parts of the city, particularly in our low wealth communities and communities of color, the childhood asthma rate is as high as 1 in 3. Ground level ozone is worst on the hottest days. And as the climate is changing and the earth is warming, we are starting to see more and more record-breaking heat waves. Washington, D.C. is also experiencing record-breaking floods caused by rising sea levels and heavy rain events as a result of climate change. In fact, communities along the Potomac River have been building flood walls to address the more frequent and severe flooding that is occurring on a now regular basis. Our famous cherry blossoms are even blooming earlier as the planet warms. Methane is a highly potent greenhouse gas that warms the planet 86 times more than carbon dioxide and is responsible for 25% of the man-made global warming we are experiencing today. This agency has the opportunity to do something about the methane that comes from the oil and gas industry, and I urge you to take it. Please take the advice of all the moms you have heard from over the past 3 days and cut methane pollution from the oil and gas industries by 65% by 2025. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today, Ms. Klein. Are there any questions from the panel? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Ms. Klein, for taking the time from your day today to provide this testimony. We greatly appreciate it. Our next speaker is Ann McCartney. Ms. McCartney, if you're on the phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Ann McCartney, and I serve on the New Mexico Interfaith Power and Light Board and live in Los Lunas, New Mexico. I am concerned about all the creatures on Earth, non-human beings and humans. Since we have the power as humans to create a safer world, it is imperative that we do so. We have the power to act to reduce methane emissions. Living in New Mexico, I live in one of the most dangerous methane hotspots in the world. It is impacting our health and increasing the temperatures for us and across the world. My husband has developed late onset allergic asthma, and it is increasingly difficult for him to breathe due to the poor air quality from methane, CO2, and smoke. And my husband has access to medical care. And we can and have taken steps to reduce our own carbon footprint by installing solar panels and using an electric car, a Chevy Volt. But think of those who don't have the resources or even access to medical care and who bear the least responsibility for the rising temperatures from greenhouse gas. We have a moral responsibility to address the inequitable conditions that the U.S. has contributed to so mightily. Methane pollution, often released during oil and gas production, harms the planet 86 times more than carbon pollution and has so over the last 20 years, and accounts for a quarter of today's global warming. Each year, the oil and gas industry releases 16 million metric tons of methane into the atmosphere, and without swift federal action, methane pollution will continue to skyrocket. A 65% reduction in methane pollution from new and existing oil and gas operations is an achievable target, and one can meet using existing technologies at low cost. Through the rulemaking process, you, the EPA, can set us on the path towards this target. EPA's rulemaking is an opportunity for us to work together to cut methane pollution from the oil and gas sector by 65% by 2025. And we have to start by engaging those who have had historically been excluded from this process. Studies have continued to show that a large portion of methane emissions comes from leaks due in large part to super emitter events, and the EPA needs to require frequent inspection either from optical gas imaging or advanced methods like continuous monitoring to ensure that these events are stopped as quickly as possible to protect the communities that live and work nearby. EPA should also prohibit the routine venting as flaring of associated gas from oil wells, as that practice is inherently wasteful and exposes surrounding communities to levels of pollution. The fact that a well owner is not connected to a pipeline should not be an excuse to burn off the gas. So as a person of faith, now is the time to act, and I press upon you to use your power to act on behalf of all creation and to adopt rules cutting methane release as soon as humanly possible. Thank you very much for taking the time to take these comments.
Thank you for providing this testimony today. Are there any questions from the panel? I don't see any questions from the panel, Ms. McCartney. But thank you again for taking the time out of your day to share this, share your testimony with us. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Again, we're a little ahead of schedule. If you have not spoken yet and would like to speak, please raise your hand at the bottom of the screen using the reaction button. If you're on the phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. Again, if you've registered for a later time and would like to wait to that later time because you're not prepared now, that is okay as well. But if you would like to speak now, please raise your hand. All right. As there was no one in the Zoom call or on the phone line that raised their hand to speak, we're going to pause the listening session for 15 minutes. We'll reconvene at 2:50. Thank you. Good afternoon. This is David Cuzzy, chair of this afternoon's session, listening session on the oil and natural gas methane rules. We are reconvening now, and we do not have any speakers arrive that signed in. I'm going to do a call for you to raise your hand if you've not had the opportunity to speak today. Like to speak at this time. I have do that by hitting the reaction button down at the bottom of your screen. If you're on the phone, hit *9 and that will raise your hand. And then we will put you in the queue. Our next speaker is Ruby Faye Woolridge.
I was just texting you to ask if I could be delayed an hour because I've got a conflict. I've got two things going that I didn't expect. And so I was wondering if I could come on at 3. Will that be a major issue? Can you hear me? I am muted.
We can hear you, Ms. Woodridge.
Ms. Woolridge, if you're on a phone, you may have to hit *6 to unmute your phone.
Okay, it's unmuted now. At least on my screen, it's unmuted. Am I still muted?
No, we can hear you.
Okay. I've got another call I've got on hold and I didn't expect it, and it's related to the city government, so I've got to take it.
I don't know if David can hear, but we can take her at 3:30, or we can take you at 3:30, sorry.
Okay, that'll be perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Okay, thank you.
All right, bye.
At this time, we're going to pause the listening session until 3:30 Eastern time. Thank you again for taking the time this afternoon to provide us your testimony.
Abby, this is Troy with tech support. There should have been a pop-up on your screen. Oh, you got it.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jeff Whitlow, and I'm the Senior Policy Advisor in the Outreach and Information Division at EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. Thank you for taking the time today to share your input with us as EPA works towards proposing stronger standards for methane emissions from new, reconstructed, and modified sources by September 2021, along with new standards and guidelines to address emissions of methane and volatile organic compounds from existing sources. We have people from several parts of EPA with us today to hear your input. With me on the panel are Sarah Terry from the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards, Abby Fulton from EPA Region 8, Lisa Beckham from EPA Region 9, and Naveen Salem from EPA Region 6. Before we get started, I'd like to go through a few housekeeping items and ground rules that will make today's hearing run smoothly. Throughout the listening session today, we will be adding names in the chat box that everyone connected by Zoom can see. That will show you the next two speakers so you can be ready when I call your name. To open the chat box, look at the bottom of your screen. You should see an icon labeled chat. Click on that. We recommend that you keep the chat box open in case we need to send you a message. I will call each speaker separately. When I call on you, please state your name and spell it. Your input is being recorded, and a transcript will be put in the docket we've established for the public to provide input as we're developing the proposed rule. If you have joined us from a computer, you can turn your video on when you are speaking. You should see a button on the bottom of the screen that looks like a video camera. Just click that to turn your video on. If you've joined us by phone, the meeting host will make sure we have your name. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to give comments. You will see a timer on the screen to help you keep track. When your 5 minutes are up, it's time to stop. If you have additional feedback you'd like to share, you may submit that to the docket we've established for public input until July 30th, 2021. EPA gives just as much consideration to input we've received in writing as we do the input we receive at listening sessions like this one. We are here to listen to you today. However, panel members may ask you questions to clarify your comments. If you run into technical issues, please type a message in the chat to the Zoom host, and we will do our best to assist you. Once you're done speaking, you are welcome to stay in the meeting to listen to other speakers, or you may listen via YouTube. The link is available on the website where you signed up today. Thank you again. Let's get started. Okay, the first speaker is Senator Carrie Hamblin.
Thank you, everybody, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Carrie Hamblin. My name is spelled C-A-R-R-I-E. Last name is Hamblin, H-A-M-B as in boy, L-E-N. And I am the state senator for District 38 in Southern New Mexico. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I come to you and ask that you support the strongest methane rules possible. We have the largest methane hotspot in the country, the Four Corners Methane Hotspot, which accounts for about 1/10 of the annual gas industry amount. What's even more alarming than the damage that is being done to our air is the impact that this and other methane hotspots around the country have on communities of color. We know that Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities across the country are more likely to have toxic facility sites near them, less likely to receive adequate protection to prevent disasters, and less likely to get the kind of immediate response that white communities get when emergencies occur. Most of the land that makes up the Four Corners area is owned by Native Americans, including the Navajo Nation, the Ute, Zuni, and Hopi tribes. Methane drives climate change, which our state experiences disproportionately with extreme temperatures, droughts, and wildfires. This past Saturday, our temperature was 109 degrees in southern New Mexico. Pollutants that leak with methane cause serious health impacts to our communities, especially those rural communities that are often overlooked or ignored, or don't even have the health care to help with those negative and really honestly unnecessary health impacts. We now have the opportunity to capture methane gas, as many New Mexico companies have technologies that can do that. Moving ahead with proactive strategies to capture methane gas is not only in the best interest of our residents, but also a potential job creator. With frequent leak detection and repair, we can lead in an industry that is not only designed to repair or pause the damage that is being done by methane gas, but ultimately provide many of our New Mexicans a safe, healthy, and wonderful place to live without fear for their health and the environment. I encourage you to make us in the lead on climate and public health by passing the strongest methane rules possible, leading to 65% methane capture by 2025. Again, thank you for your time. My name is Carrie Hamblin, and I am a senator for New Mexico. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Senator. The next speaker is Matt Scher.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time and this opportunity to give our input here from Eagle County, Colorado. Typically, the oil and gas world is not something that we comment or provide input to because we don't have really much in the way of oil and gas or other extractive industries here in Eagle County. But recently, the conversation about oil and gas has been much of what you're talking about is no longer a localized concern. It never was, but the conversation is now about those things that are not local to us. As Senator Hamblin had just said too, I don't know if we'll get much sympathy for saying this week it was 95 degrees in Eagle. That's certainly nowhere near 107, but for us, that is an extreme temperature. We in Colorado suffered the 3 worst wildfires in our state history in 1 year last year. And the heat and drought that we are suffering on the west and south of Colorado right now puts us in imminent danger again this year of risk of wildfire. All of these impacts that we are seeing are really global, and we understand local economies, but our standard of measure going forward to the future must be about our entire economy collectively. And so these considerations that we have about pollution or other externalities in our economy have to be considered about the long-term effects, not only to that economy, but just to our well-being in general. So in Eagle County, we have been more recently much more vocal about the need for things that are beyond our borders and beyond our levers. We have a number of initiatives in our county driven by our climate action plan that are meant to drive down our carbon. We take the first choices for those things about what we can have the most impact on and what we think will have the most immediate economic impact. But we don't necessarily discard anything just because it may be potentially damaging to our economy. We believe in the long run, those economic considerations will pay off. And so all of these things that you're considering, our primary objective now is the long-term health of our community within the health of our state, nation, and planet. So we do encourage you to make the most stringent regulations you can that protect that long-term environmental impact, which ultimately is the long-term environment under which our economy must thrive. Thank you again very much for this opportunity and for all the work that you do.
Thank you. Would you mind spelling your name?
Yeah, I did put it on my box there too, so you've got it, but SCHERR, and Matt with 2 T's.
All right, thank you. Do any of the panelists have questions? Okay. And for all of our participants, if you can, please keep your chat boxes open in case our hosts need to communicate with you. Our next speaker will be Theodora Bird.
Hi, can you hear me speaking?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, my name is Theodora Birdbear. I'm an enrolled tribal member on the Fort Berthold Indian Reservation in Western North Dakota. I'm a Hiraza and Mandan tribal member, and I permanently reside within the Fort Berthold Reservation boundaries. I'm also a member of Fort Berthold Protectors of Water and Earth Rights, also called Fort Berthold Power. There are no tribal air quality codes on Fort Berthold in regards to the thousands of wells extracting oil and gas within the reservation boundaries. So as tribal members, we rely on the EPA and BLM regulations to protect our health and our environment. What measurable action steps will EPA take this year in 2021 to help protect my health and the health of all tribal members on Fort Berthold Indian Reservation and elsewhere in Indian country where tribal communities are facing toxic oil and gas air emissions? There's currently 2,542 active producing wells within the Fort Berthold Indian Reservation boundaries, according to the North Dakota Oil and Gas Division May 2021 report. The protective air quality regulations, which includes air quality monitoring and enforcement, have all been missing since late 2007, when the oil and gas extraction and the intensive flaring started in Mandaree, and they've been missing for the last 13 continuous years. The trust lands of Fort Berthold alone primarily in the targeted communities of Mandaree, where I live, in Four Bears and the Shell Creek area, have at least 1,905 active oil and gas wells operating today. My home is surrounded by the wasteful flaring of natural gas every day. The particulate matter and smog is now visible on the horizon. As an elder, I know I am breathing in harmful air pollution from the gaseous air emissions. But despite the cumulative and significant adverse impacts to our air, there is still no air quality monitoring nor enforcement available today to protect the health of tribal families, children, and elders in our rural tribal communities. The EPA has a trust responsibility to the individual tribal members of Fort Berthold, not just to the tribal government. Why hasn't the EPA provided continuous air quality monitoring of a wide spectrum of toxic oil chemical emissions from the oil and gas extraction, which includes volatile organic compounds? This includes the cancer-causing benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, and ground-level ozone, which is endangering or harming the respiratory health of tribal families, children, and elders. 4,000 potential and future oil and gas extraction wells are also projected for our small tribal community on Fort Berthold Indian Reservation. Further, there's another 15,000 active producing wells surrounding the boundaries of Fort Berthold as well. These thousands of fracking and flaring wells have a cumulative and adverse impact on the air quality and health of tribal members residing on Fort Berthold. As members of Fort Berthold Power, I, my sister, and my grandson, Joe Russell, met with the director of North Dakota Department of Environmental Quality in 2020 to discuss specific ways that the DEP office could assist the tribal environmental department in getting permanent air quality monitoring in Mandaree. We met with the tribal environmental director about our concerns about the deteriorating air quality. Additionally, we met with the tribal council, in energy department as energy committee as well. So families need clean, safe air to breathe in our tribal communities in Mandaree and on the Fort Berthold Indian Reservation. When, if ever, will the EPA take action to help us acquire permanent and comprehensive air quality monitoring of a wide spectrum of chemical gas emissions from the thousands of oil and gas wells on Fort Berthold? EPA still must live up to its environmental justice standards of fair treatment and also its trust responsibilities to the individual tribal members in Mandaree and elsewhere on Fort Berthold. Thank you very much.
Do any members of the panel have a question for the speaker?
I do. Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned a study, a May 2021 study. I think you had some statistics, and it would be great if you could submit that to us. And I don't know if there's an email to submit that to us for.
She can submit it to the docket, sir.
To the docket, okay.
Okay, I will do so.
Thank you. Oh, there you go. In the chat, there's instructions for submitting to the docket. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you should find a link there that will take you to the docket.
All right, will do.
All right. Thank you.
Right.
Next speaker is John Patowski.
Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to provide input today on EPA's forthcoming oil and natural gas methane rule. My name is John Patowski, and I am an attorney at the Environmental Law and Policy Center of the Midwest. We are the leading Midwest legal advocacy and policy advocacy organization, and our primary goal is to preserve the Midwest's environment for future generations. And so today I'm here to urge the EPA to adopt a methane standard that reduces methane emissions to 65% below 2012 levels by 2025. This is a reasonable and a necessary goal. Today, my comments will specifically detail the impacts of climate change in the Midwest and on the Great Lakes, and a strong methane rule is key to avoiding these impacts. I've lived in the Midwest and the Great Lakes region my whole life, and I'm a proud tribal citizen of the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians. Like many Midwesterners, my summers were spent on the Great Lakes, fishing, swimming, and hiking in our dense biodiverse forests. I now live in Chicago and enjoy the waterfront with people of all walks of life during our great Midwest summers. The Great Lakes and our environment are our most vital resource in this region. They provide drinking water for over 40 million people and support an enormous economy. The Great Lakes, the Gishigamic in my native Anishinaabe language, are also important to the continued vitality of Indigenous people that call the Midwest home. They're a source of food and water and a place where our communities can gather and pray and practice our traditional life ways. I and the 68 million people who live in the Midwest love our homeland and want to keep living in our cities, enjoying our beautiful natural environment, and preserve our unique habitats for the coming 7 generations. The only way to do this is by deploying every tool that we have to slow the warming of our climate. EPA now has the opportunity to require the oil and gas industry to drastically reduce its methane emissions. EPA must act swiftly and aggressively. As EPA knows, methane is a greenhouse gas that is nearly 85% more potent than CO2 in the near term. Methane emissions are going to set the pace for warming over the coming decades because of their potency. What's more, methane emissions are now increasing faster than any time since the 1980s. And a recent study by the Environmental Defense Fund found that between 2012 and 2018, EPA was underestimating methane emissions from the oil and gas industry by nearly 60%. Amid all of this, the previous administration, in opposition to both the environmental community and the oil and gas industry, weakened methane emission standards and deregulated an entire sector of the industry. These missteps wasted precious time in the fight against climate change and only strengthened the case for EPA to act with haste now. In my homeland, even lower emission scenarios will lead to environmental disaster. A report on climate change in the Midwest by the Union of Concerned Scientists found that even under low emission scenarios, Midwestern cities like Chicago will experience 2 to 3 times the number of 90 to 100-degree days in the coming century. In 1995, Chicago experienced a heat wave that killed 739 people. And under current emission scenarios, this type of disaster is going to become more frequent and more intense. Climate change will not only impact temperatures, but it will also have detrimental impacts on our waters and the Great Lakes. ELPC's climate change report on the Great Lakes shows that precipitation in our region will increase between 10 and 15% by 2100. Some regions will see an increase of 40% in heavy precipitation events. This precipitation will lead to more agricultural runoff from concentrated animal feeding operations and the fields on which they spread their manure, contributing to the eutrophication of our lakes and the growth of harmful algal blooms. These blooms can render drinking water for entire cities undrinkable. And what's more, cities like Chicago with tons of great infrastructure can expect to see more urban stormwater runoff and combined sewage overflows. These events will make living in many Midwest urban communities untenable by ruining drinking water with harmful bacteria. These examples illustrate that the issue of climate change and EPA's mandate to do more on methane emissions is also an issue of environmental justice for these communities. EPA has to be a part of the solution. It should implement a strong methane rule to mitigate some of the catastrophic consequences that I've detailed here. The rule should aim to reduce methane emissions from the oil and gas industry by 65% below 2012 levels by 2025. Chimigwech for the opportunity to share these concerns with you today over a video hearing. And post-pandemic, I hope that the EPA will continue to provide the opportunity for people to join hearings like this by video, increasing public engagement in the rulemaking process. Miigwech, thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Do we have any questions from the panel?
I'll ask it again. You mentioned your ELPC Great Lakes report. I'm familiar with some of the other ones you mentioned, but that one I'm not. So if you could submit that to the docket, that'd be great.
Yeah, we will be submitting these comments with citations and an appendix to the docket.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the panel? All right. Thank you. Our next speaker is Arandi Trevino.
Thank you. Should I just begin?
Yes, please begin.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to share my comments with you today. My name is Erandi Trevino, and I am the Texas Field Organizer for Moms Clean Air Force, living in Houston, Texas. We fight for justice in every breath, recognizing the importance of equitable solutions in addressing air pollution and climate change. I urge the Environmental Protection Agency to cut oil and gas methane pollution 65% by 2025 from 2012 levels, to protect public health and lessen the impacts of climate change. As I mentioned, I live in Houston, which is one of the largest cities in the country and the unofficial oil and gas capital. I appreciate that the EPA is working toward more comprehensive rules for methane pollution and inviting input from historically marginalized communities ahead of the rulemaking process. As a Spanish speaker, I want to thank you for making available the option to present in Spanish and want to stress the importance of the inclusion of notifications in Spanish. All of us who live in Houston, in the Houston metropolitan area, know or are related to someone who either works in the oil and gas industry or who lives within a couple of miles of the ship channel, which is used to ship oil and gas products around the world and is a large source of air pollution. The fact that our communities have for a long time relied on the financial benefits of the oil and gas sector has led to the false narrative that we must make the choice between clean air and jobs. This simply is not true because everyone deserves to breathe clean air. Oftentimes, people do not have the financial means and support system to move to a place with better air quality, so we need strong air pollution protections. The tragic reality is that air pollution from sources such as oil and gas operations is not distributed evenly. Oil and gas air pollution adds to the burden of existing pollution problems in communities of color and low-income communities, exacerbating inequities and putting families at increased risk of serious health issues. Latinos in the US are 3 times more likely to be negatively impacted by air pollution because of where they live and work. 68% of Latinos live in areas that do not meet federal air quality standards compared to 58% of whites. The disturbing fact is that Latino children are 60% more at risk than their white counterparts of having asthma attacks caused by air pollution, and Latinos have a 3% higher cancer risk above the federal standards due to toxic pollution exposure. According to a study published in 2020, living near oil and gas flares in the Eagle Ford Shale located in South Texas was correlated with the 50% higher chances of preterm birth and shorter gestation periods, as compared with mothers who were not exposed to gas flares. These associations were observed almost entirely among Hispanic women. This is an injustice and environmental racism. For the health of all Hispanic mothers and their babies, we must end the practice of routine flaring. Not only does oil and gas pollution impact health, it also contributes to the climate change impacts we are experiencing in Texas. More frequent hurricanes, powerful winter storms, and extreme heat all further contribute to the public health impacts that have hit hard in Houston. During Hurricane Harvey, my family's home was flooded. They could not afford to fix the damages as quickly as more affluent families, and therefore had to live in the same room while the house was being fixed for months. My niece, who saw the water seeping into the house, is still terrified of storms to this day. More recently, we lived through another storm with Winter Storm Uri. Again, the entire city and a great part of the state was devastated. Our home was damaged and we had a difficult time accessing basic goods such as drinking water. Some of us spent days without electricity or running water, and after a year into the pandemic, during which people found solace in things like their home, their plants, and their animals, people saw the walls of their homes destroyed, their plants and animals frozen to death, and people themselves froze to death as well. There's much that we can do to protect our communities, and the truth is moving away should not be the only solution or option. We urge the EPA to move swiftly with the most comprehensive methane rule to protect Latinos' children's health and their futures. Thank you.
Thank you. I will go ahead and start with a question. That 2020 study, the Eagle Ford Shale study that you referenced, will you be submitting that to the docket?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions from the other panelists? Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony today. Our next speaker is Cynthia Moore, who's joining us by phone. You will need to unmute your line by pressing *6, and you may begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Moore, the national lead for Ecomadres, a Latino outreach program and a project of Moms Clean Air Force. I live in Las Vegas, Nevada, a city known for being the entertainment capital of the world. However, what many people do not know is that Las Vegas is the fastest warming city in the nation, which is why today I'm calling to urge this administration to cut oil and gas methane pollution 65% by 2025 from 2012 levels to protect children's health and their futures. Methane is a highly potent greenhouse gas that warms the planet 86 times more than carbon pollution over 20 years. Warmer temperatures caused by climate change will make air pollution worse, putting the health of Nevada's children at risk. The American Lung Association's 2021 State of the Air report ranked Las Vegas number 12 in the country for ground ozone pollution, and Clark County, where I live, ranked number 17 in the country for most polluted places to live. Climate change is already impacting our families and communities in Nevada. We're seeing firsthand the effects of climate instability on our most vulnerable populations: children, older adults, pregnant women, those whose health is compromised, communities of color, and low-income communities. Just this week alone, Las Vegas was placed under an extreme heat warning. We are experiencing record high temperatures. Just yesterday, we broke a record and our official temperature was 116 degrees. I am lucky enough that I am able to afford my electric bill and do not have to make a choice between having to pay for food, rent, or the electric bill, which allows me to keep my AC running all day. There are many people in Las Vegas that are not in the same position as I am and have to make the tough choice for their families. I have a neighbor whose air conditioner recently stopped working. She is unable to pay the $5,000 required to replace her old unit. In Las Vegas during the summertime, having an air conditioner is a must, and no family should have to go without one. This is the time of the year when we hear in the news several stories of people passing away from heat strokes due to the extreme heat. The most vulnerable are children and seniors. My 4-year-old son is not able to enjoy his childhood the same way that I was able to do when I was growing up in Las Vegas due to his breathing issues, which have been exacerbated by bad air pollution. There are several reasons for that. One, we did not experience extreme heat like we do today during the summer months. Another reason is because we are in the middle of ozone season, which runs from April until September. During these months, our air quality is always at moderate or unhealthy levels for sensitive groups. Due to the extreme heat that we are currently experiencing and the mega drought, there has been an increase in wildfires. In just 1 week, we had 2 back-to-back wildfires surrounding the Las Vegas Valley. The smoke from the wildfires made it nearly impossible to see the mountains, which surround our valley, or even the Strip. However, this week we are not just suffering from the effects of smoke from surrounding the wildfires in our city, but also there's smoke coming into our city from a wildfire in Arizona. Children here are gasping for a breath of fresh air. Protecting public health means keeping everyone's air clean and safe to breathe, and cutting methane pollution from the oil and gas industry is essential to this effort. Improving our air quality is important for vulnerable groups like older Nevadans, and for children whose lungs are still developing, and for Latino families who are more likely to be exposed to air pollution. Latino children are 60% more at risk of having asthma attacks exacerbated by air pollution, and 40% more likely to die from an asthma attack. Efforts to improve our air quality are particularly important to me as the mother of a 4-year-old with breathing issues and the parents of over 40,000 children who have asthma in Clark County. Making environmental justice and frontline communities like my own a priority is imperative, as we have historically shouldered an outsized burden from the impacts of air pollution and the climate crisis. Improving our air quality is an environmental justice issue. Everyone has a right to breathe clean air. I urge you to please cut oil and gas methane pollution 65% by 2025 to protect children's health and their futures. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The panelists have any questions for the speaker? Okay. Going to ask our host who the next speaker is. The next speaker is Catherine Zuklic. I hope I'm pronouncing your name close.
Okay, there. Am I unmuted?
You are unmuted. We can hear you.
Okay, last name is Zuklic. Thanks. Hold on. Gosh, having computer issues right now. Okay. Okay. Start here. Okay, my name is Kathy Zuklic, and I'm not really in one of the specified stakeholder groups, other than that I'm a very, very concerned citizen of the planet for many years now. And I do have some specific knowledge on this topic since I have two brothers who are both executives in the oil industry. And I talked to one of them the other day. Both of my brothers realize that things have to change, that the oil industry can't stick around in its current form. And the brother I spoke to the other day is definitely in favor of regulations on methane. When I asked him why he was in favor, he was kind of stumped and flummoxed by the question and just said because of all the overwhelming, irrefutable scientific evidence that it's causing climate change. Some more specifics of what he had to say on that topic is that having regulations in place is one thing, but monitoring and enforcement are another. He's seen a lot of oil companies in Texas that do not follow the regulations. For example, there may be a rule that emissions cannot be above a certain level, but the company won't even have the equipment in place to measure their emissions, or the equipment is there, but it's faulty and not working properly. There are also a lot of other ways that oil companies can just ignore and get around the regulations. My brother thinks the answer to this problem is stronger monitoring and enforcement, which he says will take more manpower from the government, i.e. the EPA and the Railroad Commission, is what he said. So he thinks there should be more government personnel at oil companies monitoring what they're doing, as well as stronger enforcement. Give the regulations some teeth. I guess one area where enforcement is pretty weak is with regard to the bonds, which the oil companies have to pay when they dig a well. Anytime an oil well is drilled, the company has to pay a bond to the government, which is returned after the well is closed, if the oil company has closed the well up properly and done all the necessary cleanup. If they don't do that, the bond is used by the government to pay for the cleanup. My brother said he talked to someone in Canada who said the government bond there is $100,000 per well. He also talked to a guy in Texas whose company had 10,000 wells and had paid a bond of $250,000. He said per well, and the guy said no, $250,000 total. So that's $25 per well. Really outrageous. Anyway, to sum up what he says regulations on methane should be in place, and there should also be monitoring and enforcement by the government. And that will take more manpower from the government. He also said that big oil companies are in favor of regulations on methane emissions and even want stronger regulations, while it's the small companies that do not want regulation. He said the reason for this is that big companies realize the economy is moving in the direction of being more environmentally conscious, and many of their investors will not invest unless an oil company has a good ESG rating, which I guess stands for Enviro Social Government or something like that. Many investors do not want to invest in oil companies that are not environmentally conscious. The small companies, on the other hand, do not want to spend the money to comply with regulations. Apparently, these small companies are always struggling financially anyway and promising investors that they will make money a few years down the road. It's kind of a house of cards. So these small oil companies really do not want to spend money they don't have on complying with regulations, since they're very cash-strained anyway. As my brother said, having regulations on methane emissions is a no-brainer, since the scientific evidence is so overwhelming and irrefutable that methane is a big contributor to climate change, which is a huge problem. Since it seems so obvious that we must have regulations on methane emissions, I thought I would tackle a few of the counter arguments which I frequently hear against having regulations. One is that it will kill the small oil companies and all the jobs associated with them. As I already mentioned, most of those companies are not really financially sound anyway. Also, there will be many more jobs in clean energy and a green economy. Plus, we have to consider the much larger problem of climate change. Another argument I hear is, well, the US really shouldn't have to do anything with regard to climate change, because what about China and India? Oh dear. While it is true that China has more total emissions than the US, China also has a much greater population than the US and much greater landmass. And guess what? The per capita emissions in the United States are double what they are in China. And India has far less per capita emissions than China, so is way behind the US. Of course, that's the case. The US is by far the most consumptive country in the world. The US is a very bad actor when it comes to emissions, plus we are seen as a leader in the world. We need to step up our environmental game and really help lead the world out of this existential crisis. On the subject of other major countries around the world, I guess I'm almost out of time. I wanted to offer the example of Australia, which has a prime minister who is very Trumpian as against environmental regulation, and now they're having horrible, horrible problems there. And so we just need to have strong regulations on methane emission and also monitor and enforce compliance. And I had more than that, but I guess I'm out of time.
Great, thank you. You're more than welcome to submit additional comments to the docket.
Okay.
I'll ask if any of the panelists have any questions for the speaker.
Okay.
Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Lee. And before our next speaker begins, I just want to remind folks participating in this to please keep your chat boxes open in case the host needs to communicate with you. So without further delay, I will turn it over to Elizabeth Lee to speak.
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Chenhe Lee, and I serve as the Executive for Economic and Environmental Justice at United Methodist Women. Thank you for holding these listening sessions on methane regulation. I urge EPA to put in place stronger rules than 2016 by cutting methane pollution from new and existing oil and gas operations by at least 65% by 2025. United Methodist Women is a 150-year-old, 800,000 member faith-based organization with members in every state of the country and partners globally. Our vision is turning faith, hope, and love into action on behalf of women, children, and youth around the world. We are women who sit in the church pews, organize Bible studies, prayer meetings, fellowship times, soup kitchens, and teach Sunday school. We are daughters, mothers, aunties, grandmothers, and community caretakers. And most of all, we take seriously God's call in Genesis to be stewards of God's creation. This means engaging in climate justice, but by not only changing our personal consumption, but by ensuring that our laws, policies, and regulations are working to protect and not harm any of God's creation. We are deeply concerned about the climate crisis, where countries and communities least responsible for the crisis are most impacted, often women, children, low wealth, and marginalized individuals who experience greatest harm. The primary cause of climate crisis is from fossil fuels, and we in the US have been a major contributor. We are only 4% of the world's population, but we have emitted more than 25% of cumulative greenhouse gas emissions. The UN IPCC 1.5 degrees Celsius report notes the need that we must phase out fossil fuels by 2050 and urgently transition to renewables. To do its fair share, the US must reduce our emissions more quickly and more significantly than the rest of the world. Strong methane regulations play a critical role in ensuring that the US reduces its emission from oil and gas industries. Methane is 86 times more potent than carbon dioxide, but each year the oil and gas industry releases at least 16 million metric tons of methane into the atmosphere. EPA must require frequent inspections, stop leaks, prohibit venting or flaring. And as if that were not enough reason to pass and enforce stronger regulation, co-pollutants emitted with methane in the oil and gas industry include volatile organic compounds, particulate matter, and various forms of hazardous air pollutants. And these substances cause cancer, affect the nervous system, birth defects, increase the likelihood of COPD, leukemia, and heart attacks, and are particularly harmful to children like my daughter, pregnant women, and the elderly, like my father who lives with COPD. Our members in New Mexico, Texas, Pennsylvania, Oklahoma, Ohio, and Colorado are part of the 12.6 million who live, study, work, or worship near oil and gas facilities, and have family and friends who are now sick because of inhaling toxins emitted from these places. Our members who are Black, Native American, Latina, or low wealth have particularly been impacted by oil and gas. We are troubled that the government in the past has permitted oil and gas production at the cost of the health of others and the environment, especially when pollution-free renewable energy sources like wind and solar exist. Furthermore, more than 9,100 schools and daycare centers are half a mile from oil and gas facilities, with almost 3 million students who are exposed to oil and gas pollution on a regular basis. 750,000 summertime asthma attacks in children are due to ozone smog resulting from oil and gas pollution. How many more children must suffer before EPA says enough? EPA was established to protect human health and the environment, and therefore we urge EPA to ensure that the strongest methane pollution safeguards exist and are passed so that there are no sacrificed children or communities. Everyone has a right to clean air. Thank you.
Thank you. Panelists, do you have any questions for the speaker? All right. Thank you very much for your testimony today. Our next speaker is Gabriela da Silva.
Hi, all. Good afternoon. My name is Gabriela da Silva, and I live in Tampa, Florida. Thank you for providing a platform for not only our organizations to speak, but for our communities to speak. I am a Moms Clean Air Force and Eco Madres organizer, and we are a community of million moms and dads for clean air, our children's health, and justice in every breath. I'm also here today because I am a concerned big sister, aunt, godmother, and aspiring mom. I urge this administration to cut oil and gas methane pollution 65% by 2025 to protect children's health and their futures. Living in Florida, we don't see oil and gas operations much like other states, but we do see the impacts of a warming planet caused by methane pollution. Methane has more than 80 times the warming power of carbon dioxide. When Floridians think of methane, we think of more extreme heat days. We think of warming oceans and the bleaching of our coral reef ecosystems. We think of sea level rise and the threat of saltwater intrusion to our drinking water. We think of severe storms and hurricanes causing more power outages, flooding, and costly recovery. Climate change is already impacting our families and communities here in Florida. We're seeing firsthand the effects of climate instability on our most vulnerable populations: children, older adults, pregnant women, those who are health compromised, and communities of color and low-income communities. I was 12 years old during the hurricane season of 2005, the record-breaking season of 28 named storms. That hurricane season, we had to fully stock on non-perishable foods, fill all our bathtubs up with clean water, shutter ourselves in along with my sisters in a small storage closet underneath the stairs because it was the only room in our home that had no windows. We missed a few weeks of school that year. Roads were too flooded to drive anywhere. It took us 10 days to get our power back at one point. We were lucky enough to have a generator to keep our fans running so that we could sleep with some sort of comfort. Evacuation almost became an option for us that season too, and we were lucky enough that the track of the storm shifted. But we cannot live with each hurricane season praying that the path of the storm will shift. And recently, the 2020 hurricane season has broken 2005s with 30 named storms. I wonder how many more record-breaking hurricane seasons I will continue to live through in my lifetime, along with other Floridians. Floridians in rural and coastal communities are continuously taking an economic hit from these storms. The American Lung Association's State of the Air report released in April found that our county here in Tampa, Hillsborough County, received an F in ozone pollution, the worst grade in the state. That means more asthma attacks, more heart attacks, more lung infections. Each year, we are seeing more and more extreme heat days here in Florida, and combined with ongoing pollution, this can be detrimental to our children's health. We need to do better. That is why I urge this administration to cut oil and gas methane pollution 65% by 2025 to protect our children's health and futures. Though Florida is not an oil and gas state, methane pollution does not stop at state lines. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Panelists, do you have any questions for the speaker? All right. Thank you again for your testimony. Our next speaker is Rachel Stansberry.
Good afternoon. I'm Rachel Stansberry from Lewistown, Montana. And I'm somewhat intimidated by all these articulate women speaking, but I'll do my best to be semi-articulate. People think of Montana as this beautiful, lovely place that everybody wants to go live, but we actually are adjacent to North Dakota and the Bakken. And so we've had a lot of impact in our communities with oil and gas. And as an individual, I've spent 30 years working in the public schools and have seen the impact of what's happening in our climate, to our air, to the children that I'm working with. Definitely, when I started, I don't think I even knew maybe 1 or 2 children with asthma. And as my career progressed, there's so many more children with asthma. So I do really believe that what's going on with climate and the air is affecting our children in real time in my lifetime. I think that I'm deeply concerned that one problem we have as a society is that we continue pushing the problem forward and we allow industry, and this is the history of Montana, is we allow industry to come in, create a problem, and then government has to come in and fix it. And so I really echo the woman who talked about having more regulators on the ground, because if we could just stop some of this. I'm very much influenced by the work of Nadine Burke Harris and her book, The Deepest Well, when she talks about what can we be doing to help our children. We need to stop the problem rather than just passing the problem forward. So I'm absolutely with everybody else in supporting the 65% decrease in methane. I think it's critical that we keep climate, the temperature below that critical 1.5 degrees Celsius of warming. I know there's so much good information out there about what we can do, and I feel that the clock is very much ticking because this administration is open to making a difference in terms of climate change. Lastly, I'll say I'm also affiliated with an organization in Montana called the Northern Plains Resource Council, which does a lot to really work in communities to bridge what may not be traditional partners in terms of agricultural and industry, but there are so many people that really do want to see a different future for our children, and I'm one of those people. That's all the time I need, and thank you very much again for allowing me time to talk.
Thank you. Panelists, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay. Thank you very much for your remarks today. Before we move on to our next speaker, I just want to make sort of a housekeeping announcement for folks that are participating by phone. If you would like to speak, you can press *9 and that will raise your hand, and that will allow our host to put you into the queue to speak. So we'll move on to our next speaker, John Geisman. You may begin when you're ready. You're on mute.
Hi, this is Columba. Can I speak?
I think we have a little bit out of order. We were actually hoping to hear remarks from John Geisman. I think he started, but he was on mute. Is he still connected?
I'm connected.
Okay. Ask the host to restart his time so he can begin his remarks. Okay, please begin when you're ready.
Hi, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak at this EPA listening session on methane emissions. My name is John Geisman. I reside in Albuquerque, New Mexico, where it's presently 101 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm an emeritus professor of Earth and Planetary Sciences at the University of New Mexico. I'm also an emeritus professor of geosciences at the University of Texas at Dallas. I'm the past president of the Geological Society of America, the oldest professional geoscience organization in North America. And I'm also past editor-in-chief of 3 different geoscience journals. I very, very strongly support the Clean Air Task Force efforts to urge a major reduction in methane emissions by 2025. So as a geoscientist, I and my many students and colleagues study the Earth's past, and with a great respect for deep time of the Earth's past, we have, I believe, much to offer in terms of the current discussion related to Earth's environment and anthropogenic influences that are currently taking place, and perhaps more broader perspectives. So in the final chapter of Diane Dumanovsky's 2009, The End of the Long Summer, she writes, "In times of danger, bitter truths serve us better than sweet little lies." I think this is something that we perhaps can all agree on. So as a bitter truth, number one, we are presently over 420 parts per million carbon dioxide in the Earth's atmosphere. The last time our planet was at such a level was well over 4 million years ago, as the geoscience community has very well documented. And that number just keeps on rising, along with the concentration of methane in the Earth's atmosphere. Bitter truth number two, in the time period where Earth's population grew from 1 billion to now over 7.8 billion, energy use, mainly from carbon-based fossil resources, increased by a factor of over 80. And the last bitter truth I'll bring up, and this one the geoscience community finds alarming, and I think you will as well, is that at present, we can readily document the quantity of carbon emissions into the Earth's atmosphere. For example, in 2014, that number, emissions of carbon into the Earth's atmosphere, was something like 10 pentagrams. That's a 1 with 10 zeros after it. A 1 with 10 zeros. That's 2014, total emission. Geoscientists have documented that over the last 66 million years, since the extinction of the dinosaurs, we have never seen an annual rate of carbon emissions like this until now. The present rate of carbon emissions is a factor of 10 times greater on an annual basis than we've seen in the geologic past over the last 66 million years. This rate of emissions is something that I think we can all understand and readily determine as profoundly alarming. I'm happy to cite the resources and I'm happy to put them into your documents. So in my humble opinion, it's time for a change, a very, very dramatic change before it's far too late. Thank you very, very much for your attention.
Thank you. Panelists, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay. And the link to our docket is in the chat for any materials you would like to submit to the docket. Okay, our next speaker is joining us by phone. And the speaker, your area code begins 520. If you will join us, state your name and spell your name for our transcript, please.
Columba Sainz.
All right, we can hear you. If you will state your name, spell your name, and then you may begin your remarks.
Thank you. My name is Columba Sainz. I am a member of the Environmental Quality and Sustainability Commission here in Phoenix, Arizona, and the state organizer with Moms Clean Air Force and the Ecomadres with our Latino community in Arizona. I am proud to say that here in Arizona, we have more than 19,000 members who are speaking up for our right to have clean air and a healthy climate. We are educating ourselves about how air quality impacts the health of our families, and we are fighting pollution and air quality together. I have 3 children ages 2, 4, and 6. I got married 6 years ago, and I have already moved 6 times. The 5th time that my family moved, I hope we could put down roots and stay in our new home in South Phoenix. The neighborhood seemed perfect, just 2 blocks from the edge of downtown. The house was a 5-minute commute from my husband's work. right in front of the park and next to a childcare center. My babies will spend 2 to 3 hours at the park. After 2 months in our new home, my eldest daughter, Columba, started wheezing in the middle of the night. Climate change is already impacting our lives and our communities in Arizona. We are seeing firsthand the effects of climate instability in our most vulnerable populations: children, older adults, pregnant women, those whose health is compromised, communities of color, and low-income communities. Warmer temperatures caused by climate change will make air pollution worse, putting the health of Arizona's children at risk. And we are seeing temperatures starting this summer at 117 degrees Fahrenheit. We need to protect the public health, and this means keeping everyone's air clean and our safe air to breathe. And cutting methane pollution from the oil and gas industry is essential to this effort. We need to prioritize environmental justice and frontline communities. It's imperative, as they have historically shoulder an outsized burden from the impacts of air pollution and the climate crisis. In Arizona, 21% of children live in poverty, and many parents are struggling with insecure employment. What happens when you don't have insurance, when you can afford copays or even your medicine? In the midst of a pandemic with borders closed, we have families who are currently without access to healthcare. On top of that, we're also struggling with particle pollution, wildfire smoke, and climate change. This is why, as moms, we urge the Environmental Protection Agency to cut the oil and gas methane pollution 65% by 2025 from the 2012 levels, to protect the children's health and their futures. The oil and gas sector is the largest industrial source of methane pollution in the U.S., contributing more than 16 million tons a year. Over 14 million people of color, 11% of all Americans of color, live in counties that receive failing grades on all 3 measures of air quality used by the American Lung Association. Only 3% of white Americans live in counties with such poor air quality. Children who live and learn or play near the oil and gas operations face a higher risk of exposure to industry harmful air pollution. And scientists have known this for decades, that air pollution is harmful for the health, and this is especially true for the vulnerable populations, as I mentioned before. Once again, I support cutting oil and gas methane pollution by 65% by 2025 to protect the children's health and their futures. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Yes, and if you wouldn't mind, state your name again and spell it for us so we can get it correct for our transcript.
Of course. My name is Columba Sainz. That's Columba. Sainz, Sainz as in zebra.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Panelists, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay. Thank you very much for your remarks today. Our next speaker is Samantha Schmitz.
Hello, it's nice to see everyone. Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Samantha Schmitz, and I'm an intern with Moms Clean Air Force. I'm a senior at Harvard University, and I'm originally from Barrington, Illinois, just outside Chicago. I come before you today to urge this administration to cut oil and gas methane pollution 65% by 2025 from 2012 levels to protect public health and put us on the pathway of climate equity. My passion for this issue comes from both my academic background and my personal experiences. At Harvard, I'm studying economics with minors in energy and environment and global health. I was drawn to these fields due to the role that they play in climate justice. Climate change is undoubtedly the most pressing issue of my generation, and economics has given me the ability to understand practical avenues for change and progress. If we do not act now, the cost of mitigation will only grow exponentially with time, and more importantly, the human impacts will only grow more dire, unjust, and inequitable, hitting communities of color and low-income communities the hardest. Evidence for these inequities have been playing out for far too long as Black, Latino, and Indigenous communities have been and continue to be disproportionately exposed to climate change impacts and dirty air, including harmful pollution from oil and gas operations that can cause respiratory diseases and asthma attacks. I understand firsthand what it means to gasp for a fresh breath of fresh air. I was diagnosed with asthma when I was just 2 years old. Over the years, I've had asthma attacks ending in hospital stays at exorbitant cost to my family, as our health insurance was often inadequate since my parents were both self-employed. I'm also currently a Division I soccer player and have had to step out of competition numerous times due to the breathing complications from my asthma. My years as a soccer player have formed the person I am today, so having to step out for any reason is always heartbreaking. Having healthcare at all and playing sports, especially as a woman, are incredible privileges that I do not take for granted. I also grew up in a suburb with open space and ongoing conservation efforts, yet I was still not immune to the health effects of climate change. And I know that I will only continue to be affected if the climate crisis continues unchecked. As I reflect on all that I've learned about the climate crisis through my studies, as well as my personal experiences, something I always come back to is my desire to be a mom one day. Air pollution is exacerbated by climate change and will only get worse by the time I want to have kids of my own if we don't drastically cut methane pollution, among other things. How do I justify bringing a child into a world reaped with the growing negative health effects of air pollution and climate change? I know I'm not alone in struggling with this question. Many of my friends, peers, and others my age on social media are grappling with similar questions as we have seen the climate crisis unfolding before our eyes, a crisis that we did not create. Action on methane emissions is imperative, not only for the sake of my generation and my own ability to have children, but also for the sake of combating inequities among the most marginalized communities across our country. Therefore, I urge this administration to cut oil and gas methane pollution by at least 65% by 2025 from 2012 levels. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you for your remarks. Panelists, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay. Thank you very much for your remarks and participating today. Our next speaker is Donna Deitweiler.
Yes, thank you. I'm Donna Deitweiler. Good evening. Thank you for engaging here with all the communities affected by methane standards you're going to set and enforce. I own and manage 16 apartments, and I just retired from my other job so that I can devote more time to dialing down oil and gas production here in New Mexico, and also to reducing my own use of natural gas at home and at these apartments. My use of oil nosedived 2 years ago when I went car-free, but my home and apartments built in the 1940s still rely on natural gas for heating, water heating, and cooking. Retrofitting such geriatric structures with solar panels and electrical appliances would mean raising rents substantially for low-income residents. And we're already short of affordable housing in this market. So I really don't want to go that route, which is why I'd love to see natural gas production become less damaging to humanity's chances of surviving the climate emergency we're facing. I also don't want to see oil and gas methane waste and pollution harming the others in my state, my tenants, my friends, my family, especially when it's taken from public lands for private profit. I therefore implore you to prohibit flaring, to mandate frequent leak detection and prompt repairs, as well as to make the methane standards apply to both new and existing sources. I'm actually willing to pay higher gas prices if necessary to get cleaner air. Please pull out all the stops to preserve what's left of our biosphere as we work together to pull back from the brink of destruction. Robust methane rules, and I'm gonna up it. I know everybody else is saying 65%, but I really think we could do 75% by 2025. Thanks so much for your consideration.
Thank you for your remarks. Panelists, do you have any questions for the speaker? All right. Thank you for participating. Our next speaker is Ruby Faye Woolridge.
Hello, my name is Ruby Faye Woolridge, and I was elected to serve as the City Council member for Arlington District 6 at large, November 2020. That means I represent all 400,000 plus residents of Arlington, Texas. I want to thank the EPA for giving me this opportunity to make comments and to share my thoughts as a former educator. I'm retired and as an ordained minister serving at the Potter's House of Dallas currently. The city is covered with a maze of gas gathering and transmission pipelines and compression stations. Our area is of less than 100 square miles, and at present we have 400 plus gas wells and 52 drill sites. Our children are constantly exposed to emissions from these sites, whether they are at home, at school, in the park, at Little League games, on the playgrounds. They are within drilling, expanding in their area. I also want to say that I'm a member of the Municipal Policy Committee of Arlington City Council, and we worked diligently to protect our children in the past few months. We've demanded that those who are doing the drilling sites remove their drilling sites from within the distance of the building to the distance of the edge of the property in order to give the children an opportunity to breathe clear air. More than 30,000 Arlington children go to public school within half a mile of wells, according to an analysis by Reveal from the Center for Investigative Reporting. And up to 7,600 infants and young children attend private daycares within that radius. 85% of the public school students are children of color, and more than 2/3 of them live in poverty. Altogether, more than half of Arlington's public schools and daycare facilities are within a half mile of active gas production. 8 daycare centers are within 600 feet and with the standard setback in Arlington. We have health issues that are tantamount in this area. I'm the mother of a son who was a Gulf War veteran who has since passed and who dealt every day of his life as a citizen of Arlington in North Texas with the issues of ozone and the poor air quality. He passed in 2014. In Texas, with the passage of House Bill 40 this year, the state government has taken away a city's right to regulate drilling. As a matter of fact, when we were debating the issue on demanding that the drilling industry move back its setback from the building to the property line, there were many of on our council worried about the lawsuits. We were more concerned about our children's health. We pressed on and we have not had a lawsuit as a result. The Railroad Commission does not have enough inspectors or the will to monitor the large number of gas wells in Texas. There are 400 gas wells in Arlington alone. Given this vacuum in local and state monitoring and regulations, federal rules are our only hope in Texas. We need national rules to protect the millions of people who live next door to drilling. We appreciate the EPA for taking this critical step to reduce methane pollution from oil and gas facilities. Methane is an extremely potent greenhouse gas. Over a 20-year period, it is 85 times more powerful than carbon monoxide. And our city and our area has not passed EPA's inspection requirements in over 20 years. These new rules are also important to our health because the required controls will reduce other toxic air pollutants that's released with methane. It will cut emissions and smog-forming pollutants. The Dallas-Fort Worth area has the highest rate of childhood asthma in the country. Let me say that again. The Dallas-Fort Worth area, where Arlington is, has the highest rate of asthma in the country. These rules will also reduce emissions of compounds like benzene, category 1 carcinogens that are along with other serious public issues. We ask your help in this, and we ask for full use of the Clean Power Act to clean this up. We make a special appeal for the children and for the health of the citizens of Arlington, Texas. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remarks. Have questions from our panelists?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Thank you. Could you just clarify a little bit more about the change in the setback requirement?
Yes, we were dealing with a particular gas well drilling company that wanted to drill within 300 feet of the building of our child care center. So as a policy committee, we demanded that they move their drilling sites back to meet 300 feet from the property line instead of the building, because our children were playing on the grounds of the property.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And you mentioned a study that in Arlington, 30,000 children go to school within a half mile of a well.
Yes. Yes.
Will you be submitting that study to our docket, please?
I will submit that information. Yes, I will.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll do it, whatever I can do, because as a former educator and a parent, it's important that we protect our children.
Thank you. Any other questions for our speaker? All right. Thank you for participating today.
You're welcome.
Our next speaker is Chris Kearney.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for the time. My name is Chris Kearney, and I come before you today representing the National Stripper Well Association. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak before you and also for the work that you're doing here. Holding these listening sessions is incredibly important. As a federal executive branch employee myself, I know the work that you do is important, and hearing from folks like us to gauge the impact on potential regulations and their impacts on small businesses is most important, so we're grateful. Our members are small independent producer, oil and gas well producer, stripper well producers with a typical business is about 11 employees. We produce typically 15 barrels of oil or less. We have approaching 1,000 members across well over a dozen, approaching 24 states. We recognize the importance of environmentally sound regulations to manage industry emissions, especially including methane. We recognize every day, our members do, how important it is to take care of the environment as we approach responsible production of energy for our nation. In particular, we have focused our efforts on an oil and gas environmental partnership known as the Environmental Partnership, which leads an effort to focus on technically feasible, commercially proven activities and equipment that will result in significant emission reductions. Safe and clean, efficiently operating and effectively operating equipment is critical to minimizing the emissions and allowing us to continue our work. I will say at the outset that the technical rule that is in place for regulating of emissions, which has the off-ramp for low emission wells like ours, we believe was soundly developed with robust data that has not particularly been modified. We believe it should remain in place. A number of reasons for that. First and foremost, as I said, the data that was assembled in developing that rule, we believe was soundly put together and therefore should remain in place. But in addition, there have been a couple of things that I think are ongoing or have come to light since then. As you may be aware, there is an ongoing study by the Department of Energy on methane emissions that is studying methane emissions from marginal wells, drawing data from various areas around the country, including from those of some of our members in the Midwest and elsewhere. Among the data that's been found so far is that there was no appreciable amount of emissions coming from stripper well sites or from tank batteries, which around the areas around tanks, the flanges and stuff, and those types of things can also be areas where there are emissions from. They also, I think, found that much of that equipment was well maintained. And it's important to remember that these are marginal wells. These are wells with low production, but they also have low economic margins. And so the ramifications for regulation would be significant. Added cost to monitor or capture the little to no methane these wells put out could lead them to become quickly uneconomical and would have to be plugged. This leads to fewer employees, lower tax revenue for the states and counties, less royalty payments for our landowners. And so really, that's an important point, but it's also important that we don't really think that necessarily regulation, strictly speaking, is the answer in any event. Take, for example, the recent NASA study that was done by the NASA, University of Arizona, and Arizona State University, which found that about a half of the biggest sources of greenhouse gases in the Permian were likely coming from malfunctioning oil and gas equipment based on a month-long airborne study by NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory and by the universities. So repeatedly measuring the size and persistence of those sources using sensor-equipped aircraft, researchers found that repairing just 123 sources could lead to the reduction of up to 55 tons an hour of methane emissions. 55 tons an hour by simply repairing 123 sources of emissions in just one part of the United States. So we think that is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the sorts of steps that can be taken to address methane emissions long before we need to revisit what is, we believe, a sound rule that is in place. And finally, our engagement with EPA, which has included a couple of very productive meetings with our members. We would like that to continue. This is another example of that. We look forward to continuing to work with EPA, providing information, answering whatever questions we may, to allow you to continue to carry out the good work that you do and ensure that we have the cleanest environment possible. Thanks very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your remarks. Do we have any questions from our panel?
Just the same, submit to the docket those studies you referenced would be great. Thank you.
I'm happy to do that. Absolutely. Thank you for the question.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Again, for folks participating on Zoom, please keep your chat boxes open so that our host can communicate with you when they need to. So again, keep the chat boxes open. Our next speaker will be Edward Cross.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Edward Cross, and I'm president of the Kansas Independent Oil and Gas Association, and on behalf of the nearly 3,500 members of the Kansas Independent Oil and Gas Association, I am providing these comments to address the concerns related to the review of the NSPS. The oil and natural gas industry in Kansas supports over 118,000 jobs and over $3 billion in family income and $1.4 billion in state and local tax revenue. And this is with the average oil well producing 2 barrels of oil per day and average natural gas well producing 29 MCF of gas per day, yet it's the second largest industry in the state in terms of gross state product. I'm providing these general comments about the regulatory environment in which the Kansas oil and gas operate and how that environment impacts small oil and gas exploration and production companies. I'm willing to provide additional details, and I will be providing some written comments during the comment period. My comments highlight concerns we believe should be reviewed and corrected. And these areas have an impact on large companies in the oil and gas industry, but have a much greater impact on the small businesses within the same industry. And I provide these comments to address opportunities for the oil and gas business segment in Kansas to work with regulators. EPA's action last August to change regulated emission from methane to volatile organic compounds was entirely appropriate. It corrects what was a political policy decision instead of a technical one. It prevents the use of the federal regulatory progress from shutting down hundreds of thousands of small businesses and low production oil and gas wells without information to support such an action. EPA was correct that there is no loss in environmental benefit from revising the regulated emissions under subpart Quad O and Quad OA from methane to volatile organic compounds for the oil and gas production operations. For oil and gas production operations, VOC and methanes are emitted together, and the equipment that manages one also manages the other. EPA's decision to regulate methane in 2016 was a political decision driven by environmental lobbying groups, and these groups demanded methane regulation for a single purpose, and that was to use a little utilized provision of the Clean Air Act, that's Section 111D, to regulate low production existing wells out of business. Because Section 111D uses new source best systems of emissions reductions technologies for existing sources instead of reasonably available control technology like other sections of the Act. These groups saw Section 111D as a pathway to require cost-ineffective subpart Quad OA fugitive emissions requirements to push low production wells to shut down. Understanding the scope of the issue is essential. Oil and gas production systems account for about 1.2% of U.S. greenhouse gas inventory. Low production wells account for about 10 to 11% of U.S. production. So their emissions would be in the range of 0.10 to 0.20% range of the greenhouse gas inventory. There are about 100 or a million existing oil and gas wells, and approximately 150,000 of these wells have been regulated under subpart Quad O and Quad OA, and that number grows each year. Of the remainder, 770,000 are low production wells. Nationally, low production wells average about 2.5 barrels a day, and for oil wells and about 23 MCF per day for natural gas wells. And subjecting these wells to the new source performance standards, leak detection and repair requirements puts them in severe economic jeopardy. Even EPA recognized this reality when it did not impose this LDAR program on low production wells in its October 2016 Control Techniques Guidelines for existing oil and natural gas production facilities operating on ozone non-attainment areas. EPA has never taken any significant data to identify the emissions profile of low production wells. It's relied on some specious studies by environmentalists or used outdated studies from the mid-1990s that were never designed for regulations. The U.S. Department of Energy, as we heard from the last speaker, has initiated a study of emissions, both methane and volatile organic compounds from low production wells and facilities. The DOE study is a third-party study. And while the COVID pandemic delayed the completion of that study, the DOE indicates they hope to have a final report ready by the end of 2021. But preliminary results found no quantifiable or measurable emissions from marginal wells or facilities. If any federal agency is creating regulations that have the capability of wiping out 3/4 of the facilities in an industry, it must have a full understanding of the industry and its regulatory actions, and this has not been done. The EPA action last August to change the targeted emission from methane to volatile organic compounds gave EPA the opportunity to fully understand the potential consequences of future options and design those that are necessary to be fair and cost effective. As the rule's implications are debated, it's critical to consider important context around the industry's role in contributing to global methane emissions, how those emissions are estimated, and whether further regulations will actually impact emissions from today's technologically advanced and highly regulated oil and gas wells. So with that, I say thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you for your remarks. Do we have any questions from our panelists? Okay, once again, any information or additional remarks or data you would like to submit to our docket, the instructions are in the chat. Once again, I'm going to remind folks that are participating by phone to press *9 to raise your hand to speak. Once you press *9 and your hand is up, our host will put you in the queue to speak. Our next speaker is Scott Skokas.
Hi, thanks for having me today. My name is Scott Skokas, and I'm the Executive Director of Dakota Resource Council, a family farm and conservation organization based in Bismarck, North Dakota. On behalf of our more than 700 members, I'm providing the following comments in support of strengthening air quality regulation of methane and other harmful emissions from the oil and gas industry. Oil and gas air emissions impact people in Western North Dakota every single day. With more than 13,000 oil and gas wells concentrated in the western portion of North Dakota, many of which vent and flare methane and other harmful volatile organic compounds, the impacts of oil and gas air pollution are widespread in western North Dakota. These emissions impact the health of our members, contribute to man-made climate change, and waste valuable fuels that could be used to heat homes. Past EPA regulations for methane, i.e. the 2016 NSPS standards, which we supported, did only apply to new oil and gas wells, those drilled after 2014. It is our view that the 2016 rules were a good first step, but ultimately did not go far enough because they left out legacy oil and gas wells, those that were drilled prior to 2014. In addition, it is our view that the 2016 rules also did not do enough to reduce emissions overall. As a result, we think a new rule is necessary to cut emissions even more, specifically by 65% of 2012 levels by 2025. Methane emissions are also an environmental justice issue in North Dakota. Dakota Resource Council has an indigenously led affiliate called Fort Berthold Power. The indigenous members of Fort Berthold Power live on the Fort Berthold Reservation and are disproportionately impacted by emissions because the reservation is dotted with more than 5,000 oil and gas wells, many of which flare and vent on a daily basis, spewing toxic chemicals into the air. Our members on Fort Berthold and their neighbors have developed respiratory diseases and even cancer, which are likely a direct result of these cumulative impacts from the emissions. For the sake of communities like Fort Berthold, the EPA should move swiftly to address this issue. In my view, it's a matter of justice. In conclusion, Dakota Resource Council urges EPA to start a rulemaking process to further regulate air emissions from the oil and gas industry to reduce emissions by 65% by 2025. This is an urgent issue that needs to be addressed quickly to reduce man-made climate change and to reduce the health impacts to frontline communities like our members on Fort Berthold. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I can stand for any questions.
Thank you for your remarks. Are there any questions from the panelists for the speaker? All right. Thank you for participating today. Our next speaker is Rajani Vaidyanathan.
Hi, I'm Rajni Vaidyanathan and I live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'm a volunteer of Moms Clean Air Force. Thank you to this EPA panel for taking the time to listen to us moms. We urge you, the EPA, to cut methane production pollution by 65% by 2025 from the 2012 levels, please, for our and our children's health. This is an important step we need to take to be good stewards of our planet, to be good role models for our children. I live in a part of Pittsburgh where there are fracked wells within 2 miles of our middle school and one of our elementary schools. I grew up in India with juvenile asthma, and I know the fear of an obstructed airway. This fear never really goes away, at least not so far. I do not want another child anywhere in this world to have this fear. This is possible. We can and we should do this for all of our children. Cutting methane production will also have the benefit of reducing associated harmful volatile organic compounds such as benzene. Benzene can worsen asthma, affect lung development in children, and increase the risk of cancer, immune system damage, neurological, reproductive, and developmental problems. These are intergenerational problems we are creating for ourselves. Methane is leaking from our oil and gas sector at the rate of more than 16 million metric tons a year, the equivalent of climate pollution from all of the nation's passenger vehicles in a year. I'm an engineer. This can't be difficult to fix. We just don't have the right incentives to make it happen. Even though individuals, we pride in doing the right thing, no matter who is watching or not. I don't see industries with that kind of integrity. We have to align incentives. EPA, you're the right department to do this. Cutting methane pollution will put us on a path to mitigate the worst harms of climate change. EPA, you have all the data you need. You know how much this is costing us in healthcare outcomes, quality of life, and you know the long-term costs. So I urge you to please cut methane pollution by 65%. This is doable. Let us do it for us and of our children and grandchildren. Thank you again for listening to us moms. Rajni.
Thank you for your remarks. Do we have any questions from the panelists? Okay, thank you for participating. Our next speaker is Lisa DeVille.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You may begin.
Okay. Okay. My name is Lisa DeVille. My family and I are enrolled citizens of the Mandan, Hidatsa, and Rikra nations. We live in Mandaree, North Dakota, on Fort Berthold Reservation, in the heart of the Bakken oil field. I am co-founder of the Fort Berthold Protectors of Water and Earth Rights, an affiliate of the Dakota Resource Council, and I also serve on the Dakota Resource Council Board of Directors, the Western Organization Resource Council's Board of Directors, and I was a member of the EPA's National Environmental Justice Advisory Committee during the Obama administration, which my term ended in December of 2020. And as an enrolled citizen of the Mandan Hidatsa Nation, I appreciate being able to speak to the EPA today. The federal government has a trust responsibility to all Indigenous people. I ask first that you recognize not just tribal governments when making decisions, but all tribal people, particularly Alaatees, also known as landowners. On my reservation, Alaatees own 70% of the land, yet our opinions are not asked for or considered when decisions are being made about our land. Tribal sovereignty is important, but so is a trust responsibility you have to each tribal member like me. Living amongst oil wells impacts my community by impacting our air and our health. We see flares every day and have to breathe the toxins that come from the oil wells. A couple of years ago, my husband and I got sick with a long-term respiratory infection, which the doctor called a Bakken cough. Because so many people in the Bakken were getting long-term coughs, and the cough lasted for several months and reduced our quality of life. Also, I was told by the Manatee school staff in my community that children are having bloody noses more often than before. Beyond impacting my health and my community's health, the emissions from oil and gas also contribute to climate change. Climate change is an urgent issue that needs to be addressed via strong rules like stronger air pollution, safeguards for oil and gas. That is why I urge the EPA to start a rulemaking where they set a standard of 65% reduction of the 2012 methane emissions by 2025. In addition, I also urge EPA to regulate existing sources, not just new sources from oil and gas. Many wells in my area were drilled prior to 2014, which are not covered under the Obama-era methane standards. Additionally, flaring must be eliminated. As a first step towards eliminating flaring completely, I ask that EPA set a target of an 80% reduction of flaring in 2020 by 2025. I also would like to urge the EPA to consider oil and gas specific air monitoring requirements in the areas with heavy development like Fort Berthold. I say this because my reservation lacks any permanent air monitoring. My group, Fort Berthold Power, is working on getting permanent air monitoring, but it is very difficult without help or guidance from the EPA. In conclusion, I urge the EPA to take swift action in putting forth a strong rule addressing oil and gas air pollution. As an Indigenous person, you have a trust responsibility to me to help protect my health and the health of the land. So I ask again that you remember your trust responsibility, tribal members, especially Alaatea owners, not just tribal government. Reduce methane levels below 65% of 2012 levels by 2025. Eliminate flaring, starting by reducing it to 80% by 2025. Regulate all sources of pollution, not just new sources. Improve air monitoring by increasing the number of monitors and putting them in place that will give an accurate picture of the air I breathe every day. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you for your remarks. Do we have any questions from our panelists?
Oh.
Okay, thank you for participating. Our next speaker is Linda Birchfield.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of stronger methane rules. Methane is invisible and odorless, but can cause deadly impacts. First are the health impacts for the oil and gas workers and nearby communities. That's a lot of people. Over 50 million Americans live in counties with oil and gas operations that have air pollution exceeding federal standards. Those Americans are inhaling not only methane, but also the volatile organic compounds and toxic chemicals that are released alongside, including benzene, toluene, and xylene, and possibly heavy metals. The VOCs react with sunlight to produce smog, unpleasant for adults in good health, but exacerbating asthma and emphysema for those with lung disease. It's especially dangerous for our young children as their lungs are still developing and they spend more time outside. Yet methane's impact on climate is the most dangerous. The health impacts from climate change include deadly heat waves, pollution from wildfires, global smog, and even vector-borne diseases such as Lyme disease and dengue fever. cases of which have risen from 500,000 to 5 million in the last 20 years. And methane is leaking at a far higher rate than the EPA estimate of 1.4%. Measurements from a study led by the EDF from 2018 to 2019, using satellites operated by the European Space Agency, show that in the Permian Basin, 3.7% of methane was leaking into the atmosphere. Measurements from all sites averaged 2.3%. Methane from the oil and gas industry is not only the largest single man-made contributor to climate change in the short run, but also has the greatest reduction potential. The easiest and cheapest way to reduce greenhouse gases is through strong methane rules. EPA has the authority through the Clean Air Act to dramatically cut this deadly contributor to climate change. And I join the rest of the speakers in strongly urging you to reduce methane emissions 65% below 2012 levels by 2025. In this listening session, you have already heard from scientists who describe technologies such as leak detection and repair used monthly for monitoring that has succeeded in reducing emissions. Leak detection and repair is low cost, conserves this valuable resource, provides income to the producer, and royalties and taxes to the states as well. The vast majority of leaks come from a few wells, which shows that most producers are reducing leaks because it makes business sense. If the rules are strong and producers realize they have to comply, the mitigation industry will develop additional technologies. It is a fast-growing industry and a job creator. The EPA has this chance to be a hero, and I urge you to take it. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Panelists, do you have any questions?
I had a question. The dengue fever, was that U.S. cases or was that global cases? I wasn't clear.
I'm not sure, but I do know that it has moved up. It used to only be tropical, and now it's in Europe and the United States. I'm not sure about those numbers.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from our panelists? All right, thank you for your participation. Our next speaker is Janet Carter.
Hello, you can hear me now, can't you?
Can hear you. Please begin.
Sorry, I was muted. My name is Janet Carter. I live in Santa Fe, New Mexico. I'm active in the Sierra Club for reasons of disclosure on both a national and local level, but I speak today on my own behalf and not on behalf of any organization. I speak to fully support the Environmental Protection Agency limiting methane pollution to 65% of 2012 levels by the year 2025. I am a healthcare provider. I see a lot of children, and I'm increasingly appalled by the levels of asthma and similar respiratory disease that are present in these children who come to my practice. We know that air pollution can greatly exacerbate their illnesses. I believe that the Environmental Protection Agency must put the health, safety, and well-being of our communities first. If there is one lesson we have learned in this pandemic, it is that healthy communities are crucial for a healthy economy. We are currently experiencing record high temperatures throughout the Southwest. The climate change crisis is upon us. You need only be in a city like Albuquerque or Las Vegas or Phoenix today to understand that, where temperatures are above 110 degrees, and in some places getting closer to 120 degrees Fahrenheit. We must reduce greenhouse gases immediately to slow the rate of warming that our country is experiencing. Limiting pollution from methane gas is a very effective first step towards this effort, and the EPA should do everything in their power to do so. I want to thank you for your time and consideration, and for holding these hearings and listening to the public on these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those remarks. Do we have any questions from the panel? Okay, thank you for participating today. I want to make a general announcement. We have a few speakers participating by Zoom lined up. We do have a caller from area code 732. We want you to know that you are on the list and we will get to you very soon. And we appreciate your patience. And our next speaker is Julie Silverman.
Hello. Unfortunately, I don't think I can start my video because the host disabled it, but I will start anyways. Oh, actually, here we go. Thank you. Okay. So hello, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Julie Silverman, and I'm currently a senior at Tufts University studying environmental policy and biology. I've lived in Cazenovia, New York, a small rural town outside of Syracuse, my entire life, and am an intern at Moms Clean Air Force this summer. This is my first time participating in a listening session, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to urge this administration to cut oil and gas methane pollution 65% by 2025 from 2012 levels to protect children's health, their futures, and the overall health of our communities. As a college student, I'm extremely concerned about the impacts that climate change will have during my lifetime and beyond. I've seen friends' homes get severely damaged and destroyed by extreme weather events such as Hurricane Katrina, Superstorm Sandy, and last year's wildfires in California. Although climate change arguably hasn't impacted New York as severely as other states, I'm extremely concerned about the future of my home, my family and friends, in this country. Methane warms the planet 86 times more than carbon pollution over 20 years and is fueling the climate crisis, endangering the health and well-being of millions of Americans, including newborn babies and children. As a college student learning more and more about the devastating impacts of methane pollution every day, I strongly believe that the only way to keep ourselves and the ones we love safe is to drastically reduce the amount of methane we are putting into our communities and the atmosphere. Without doing so, we will see an exponential increase in extreme weather events and dramatic food shortages. Climate change is already altering animal habitats and putting humans in contact with animals that have not previously been in before. This has the potential to spread diseases and lead to an increasing amount of future deadly global pandemics. In the US, 1 in 3 people live in a county with oil and gas production, and those in proximity to these operations are exposed to extremely harmful air pollution that puts their health at risk. Right before the pandemic hit the US, I was visiting my sister at the elementary school that she worked at in Tiltonsville, Ohio, and was shocked by how much more difficult it was for me, a healthy 20-year-old with seasonal allergies, to breathe than back home in central New York. Ascent Resources and Gulfport Energy both have natural gas wells in proximity to Buckeye South Elementary School. Children who live, learn, and play in these highly polluted areas, such as those in eastern Ohio, are at risk for developing severe health issues. It is devastating that a child's zip code can have such negative and lasting health impacts that will affect them the rest of their life. Once again, I support cutting oil and gas methane pollution 65% by 2025 from 2012 levels to protect children's health, their futures, and the overall health of our communities. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you for your remarks. Do we have any questions from our panelists? Okay, thank you for participating. Our next speaker is Senator Harold Pope Jr.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Harold Pope Jr., and I'm a New Mexico State Senator in District 23 on Albuquerque's northwest side. I support the strongest methane rules possible. New Mexico has the largest methane hotspot and a booming Permian Basin, which means we need rules to protect the health and livelihood of all New Mexicans and the planet. Methane capture is possible now, with many New Mexico companies offering technologies that will do the job. We also need frequent leak detection and repair. Methane drives climate change. which our state experiences disproportionately with extreme temperatures, drought, and wildfires. Pollutants that leak with methane can cause serious health impacts to our communities as well, especially those from BIPOC communities. I'm also a retired Air Force officer, and just like our current Secretary of Defense, I believe climate change is an existential threat. Let's lead on climate and public health by passing the strongest methane rules possible, leading to 65% methane capture by 2025. Once again, I urge the strongest methane rules possible, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your remarks, Senator. Do we have any questions from the panelists? Okay, thank you for participating. Our next speaker will be Matthew Barnes.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. You may begin.
Great. Hi, yes. Again, my name is Matthew Barnes, and I am the Vice President in Sales and Business Development for EarthView, a company that specializes in continuous methane detection monitoring. Our startup company has seen momentum build since the end of 2020 as conversations surrounding ESG and emissions monitoring in the oil and gas industry have increased. It is part of our company's values to work with the industry to help solve and quantify these emissions. Our methane detection technology includes in-house built hardware and software, which utilizes advanced algorithms to derive a concentration of methane on a potential leak and the estimate of a quantification. These totals and technology can be documented, researched, and leaks can be repaired so that an operator, a midstream company, or a number of other methane source-based industries can help clean up their waste. It is our belief that rulemaking by the EPA concerning methane emissions should rely on conversations, research, and the best available technology from this market sector of emissions control companies such as EarthView that are currently being hired by the oil and gas industry already. EarthView is actually speaking currently with the EPA in regards to our AIM application with the CDPHE, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. This would secure our methane technology is on the same qualitative level as OGI cameras that are currently used in LDAR inspections by operators. In Colorado, we have also been approved for an air monitoring program for recent state regulations that require operators with newly approved drilling permits to monitor for VOCs during pre-production operations. EarthView strives to have a modular approach in our sensor chamber, and we want to use the best available sensors to detect for VOCs and methane. We are currently in conversations also with the Department of Energy to utilize funding secured for monitoring plugged and abandoned wells in Pennsylvania. And we currently have 3 active basins where we're monitoring for methane and upstream production. EarthView is available for the EPA, the oil and gas industry, and state and federal agencies to assist in air monitoring security and methane detection. We have documentation available to share more about our patent pending technology in regards to continuous methane detection monitoring. I have called into these training sessions for the rule writing steps, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to discuss our company today. A proposal for methane monitoring and emissions by this fall is one step to cleaning up our emissions across multiple industries for the United States, and advanced technology companies such as EarthView are here to support these efforts. Thanks again for y'all's time today.
Thank you for your remarks. Do we have any questions from the panelists? And again, any information or data you'd like to submit to the agency, you can do so through the docket, which links have been posted into the chat.
Thank you.
Thank you for participating. Our next speaker is joining us by phone and begins area code 732. And caller, when you begin, if you will state your name and spell your name for our transcript.
Sure. My name is, can you hear me?
We can. Yes, we can hear you. You may begin.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kirk Frost, K-I-R-K, Frost, F-R-O-S-T. And I very much appreciate EPA's docket and allowing people to speak on behalf of the oil and gas industry. I've been researching projects on FERC for the last 5 years and did a lot of study on the different compressor stations and also across the entire supply chain for oil and gas production, gathering, processing, transmission, distribution, and I include end use because end use, between every single component of the supply chain, there's significant amount of emissions. When I go to compare data from EIS to EPA NAT 2014, EPA NEI 2017, and Argus 2020, which is the open data source for aggregating federal information, and also FERC, and since I live in New Jersey, the New Jersey DEP past 20 years of historical emissions. What I find is it's inconsistent across agencies. None of the databases have comprehensive listing of all the compressor stations, and grossly understated in terms of methane emissions, in contrast to what the actual pipeline companies advertise to FERC. And it's interesting also to note that for the last 3 years, I've had to go by a compressor station that I didn't know existed. But every morning I go to the Franklin High School at 7 o'clock in the morning during the wintertime. It would smell like there's a gas leak. And then on one day, it was so pungent, the mercaptan, that I alerted the security guards, and they opened their window of the car. They were in the car, and they were sitting there saying, "Wow, there is a gas leak." Turns out it wasn't a gas leak, and turns out I found out that there was a 5,000 horsepower electric compressor station 2,000 feet away. Now, there's a new electric compressor station in CP 21-94, and it advertises methane emissions at 4.8 tons per year because it's not combusting the natural gas. I think there's something very flawed in how the calculations are done to do this. I know that FERC accepts the companies to do calculations based off of the specifications of the manufacturer of the turbine unit example for the natural gas fired turbines, and not by the fully assembled and installed compressor station. There's a dramatic understatement in terms of actual emissions. And this 5,000 horsepower nearby the Franklin High School is emitting substantially more methane than I'm sure what was ever stated in the application for that. So I guess the point is that one, there's inconsistencies of data points across all the different agencies, including state and federal. Two, not all of them, I've found them missing compressor stations that have been installed in 2018 and them claiming to be updated as of 2020. Why does this all matter? Is because right now, all our estimations of methane emissions are just that. They're estimations, and they're based off of trust, based off of calculations, based off of not real measurement. I like the comment of the prior person in terms of saying that they provide alerting for leaking, but we need more than that. We actually need measurement. We need measurement standards for all new compressor stations, all new components of the supply chain of natural gas and oil. It's a drop in the bucket in terms of expense compared to the actual project cost. So you could say $100,000 for the measurement and monitoring and have it publicly available, provided through EPA, in contrast to $1 billion project. So it's something that we don't have. We don't have a good handle on that. And it's critical for us in order to really tackle the true contribution of methane emissions from the oil and gas industries. So just to skip along around the health aspect, we've
Mr. Frost, your time has expired.
Okay.
If you have
I appreciate it.
Yeah, if you have any additional comments, we encourage you to submit them to the docket. And
Okay.
if you have any other sort of analyses of data, you may also submit that to the docket. At this time, I will ask if any of the panelists have any questions.
No, I guess I just reiterate to the extent that you are aware of sources that aren't found in the NEI and other things, that you submit that information to the docket.
Will do.
All right. Thank you for your remarks. And again, if you had additional comments, you're welcome to submit those to the docket.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Matthew Mahalik.
Hi, my name is Matthew Mahalik. I am the Executive Director of the Breathe Project in Pittsburgh. Thank you for holding this listening session. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on the EPA's consideration of regulations for the oil and gas industry to combat climate change, address air pollution, and protect public health. The Breathe Project is a Southwestern Pennsylvania organization that avails itself of top-level health, epidemiological, and air quality science and public health information. We're a collaboration of over 48 organizations working to improve air quality, eliminate climate pollution, and make our region a healthy and prosperous place to live. Based on our experiences in Southwestern Pennsylvania involving the expansion of the oil, gas, and petrochemical industries over the past decade, the Breathe Project recommends that the EPA take action to address major gaps in regulatory and enforcement issues related to this industry. In a nutshell, this industry has run rampant across Pennsylvania and the Ohio Valley region for at least a decade. The health, environmental, and governance impacts have been significant. 1 year ago, Pennsylvania's Attorney General, Josh Shapiro, released a grand jury report documenting indictments of companies and systematic failures of state government and public health agencies to protect the health of residents of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania from fracking companies in the oil and gas industry. This report foregrounds the initial failure of more than a dozen years ago of the State Department of Environmental Protection to respond to and regulate the shale gas industry. The results have been devastating, with extensive documented evidence of damage to people, families, livestock, water, air, and land. I would add that the failures go back even further to U.S. Congress's 2005 fateful decision to prohibit the EPA from safeguarding air, drinking water, and land, and reducing human health risks from toxic substances by granting exemptions to key U.S. statutes, such as the Clean Air Act, Section 112N4. As a result of this exemption, oil and gas wells and related facilities do not have to report aggregate totals of hazardous air pollutants, increasing the risk to the public because the total impact from oil and gas infrastructure is not documented and no limits are established. The Clean Water Act, Section 402L2, as a result of this exemption, oil and gas production sites do not have to show measures they will use to protect surface water, such as streams and wetlands, as part of planning and permitting requirements. This exemption increases the risk of pollution to surface water and drinking water for millions of people. And then the RCRA Act, 42 U.S. Code Section 6921B2. As a result of this exemption, Congress and the EPA has designated oil and gas waste as non-hazardous, exempting industry from mandatory safeguards for disposal of hazardous and non-hazardous waste. This exemption was granted despite the EPA report documenting numerous radiological and hazardous substances in drill cuttings and flowback water from fracking waste. These three exemptions, often designated as the Halliburton loophole, have been the root of many of the issues experienced across the country, especially in Pennsylvania over the past decade and a half. And our Commonwealth has paid the price. Our region also has this pollution being added to an already polluted region, with our air being polluted and ranked as some of the worst air in the country. Allegheny County is ranked in the top 2% of counties in the US for cancer risk from point source air pollution. So here's what we would like. Our region clearly needs the EPA to look at the failures of regulatory policies and enforcement actions over the past 15 years using the mounds of accumulated evidence of problems with this industry. Specifically, close the Halliburton loophole so that oil and gas impacts are brought in alignment with the Clean Air, Clean Water, and RCRA Acts. Require the assessment of infrastructure in terms of total impacts from the full plans of the build-out of oil and gas projects and associated proximal supporting infrastructure, address toxicity issues associated with fracking waste, and clarify pipeline project regulatory authorities to ensure greater scrutiny of risks from pipeline development. Let's save lives, reduce burdens on vulnerable people, preserve future generations' right to clean air, clean water, productive land, and a healthy climate, and take action that makes everyone proud. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your remarks. Panelists, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much for your participation. Our next speaker is Gunnar Shape.
Shada, yes, thank you. Thank you very much to EPA for these listening sections. I'm an atmospheric scientist, and I've been working on air quality issues as related to the oil and gas exploration in Texas since 2014 through both field measurements and data analysis. I'm not speaking on behalf of any organization, simply as a science advocate here. I'd like to bring up three topics that appear to me to be very relevant to this call. Number one, EPA's methane emissions inventory / greenhouse gas inventory. We know from the sciences on methane that this inventory has been wrong basically for 30 years. Repeated atmospheric measurements show that emissions underestimation of methane and associated petroleum hydrocarbons. The EPA relies much too strongly on seemingly inaccurate industry data. In turn, the industry has used the EPA emissions inventory as its main base to repeatedly claim that methane emissions are lower than they are and that they are dropping. So there's some circulatory arguments here. Meanwhile, the atmospheric data keeps showing that there's no downward tendency. The most strong evidence that we currently have is the increase of ethane in the Northern Hemisphere, which shows up particularly strongly over North America and Europe. So it's basically impossible to claim that methane emissions are dropping while ethane emissions in the atmosphere are increasing, and where we observe that. The EDF has carried out a very detailed emissions inventory a few years ago that shows that EPA's numbers are about 60% low than the reality. EPA needs to communicate much more with scientists and fix this. This is very important. Number two, flaring regulations, or better say lack thereof. The US has become the fourth largest flaring nation ahead of Algeria, Nigeria, and Venezuela. Total emissions are of order 10 to 15 billion cubic meters a year, which corresponds to about 10% of global flaring emissions, which is about 1% of total CO2 emissions globally. There's a wide range of operating conditions of flares that lead to a wide range of emissions. The most significant, the most impactful are probably the NOx emissions from flares, which can clearly be seen to have increased over oil-producing shale areas in the US, and that has repercussions for ozone. Flaring, of course, is also an enormous waste of a resource. The options that EPA, I think, should consider is how to curtail flaring, maybe through a fee scheme. Maybe flares should actually be classified as what they are, namely a waste treatment facility. Number three, individual source classification and regulations. Oil and gas in shale areas is regulated per surface site, instead of regulating what actually impacts the atmosphere, and subsequently us, of course. The permitting of individual sites betrays the fact that hundreds of surface sites are in close proximity and their emissions are similar to a larger facility in that area that would be much more stringently regulated. This seems equivalent to me than the pre-1960s policy of the solution to pollution is dilution. We should not do this. However, what actually matters are the totals of these emissions that affect the airshed. And that includes both air toxics and secondary ozone. We already see violations of the Ozone National Air Quality Standard have increased in certain areas. And the Denver metropolitan area is a prime example for that. So what are the options? I suggest to go back to the Sierra Club petition from about 10 years ago, which addressed this topic. What we need to do is to aggregate each producer's surface site in an area and permit based on the totals that are emitted from these producers. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for your remarks. Panelists, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you for participating today. Our next speaker is Riley Duran.
Thank you, and appreciate the opportunity to speak today. My name is Riley Duran. I'm a research scientist at the University of Arizona. I'm also Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of a new nonprofit organization called Carbon Mapper. We have a public good mission to deploy and maintain a constellation of satellites that can quickly pinpoint, quantify, and track point source methane and carbon dioxide emissions at facility scale over key regions globally. To do this, we've established a public-private partnership that includes the state of California, NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Planet, universities, other non-governmental organizations, and leading philanthropists who are supporting the effort. Our first 2 satellites are funded to launch in 2023. We plan to build it out to a larger operational system in 2025. Meanwhile, we're conducting regional airborne remote sensing surveys of methane across the United States. I'd like to focus my comments today on a persistent gap in U.S. methane policy, and that's the role of operational monitoring that can provide operational actionable guidance for mitigation efforts, both for companies, regulators, policymakers, and civil society. As EPA considers rulemaking for mitigating methane emissions from oil and gas production, it's also important to address critical gaps in methane data infrastructure that can enable these regulatory efforts as well as voluntary action. Field studies in the US by many teams have conclusively identified the existence of methane super emitters where a relatively small fraction of infrastructure is responsible for a disproportionate amount of emissions. And if you look at the video in the background, this is an example of data that my team collected with NASA high altitude aircraft over the Permian Basin over the last couple of years. And it just shows that these methane super emitters are ubiquitous. They appear almost like invisible wildfires across the landscape. It's not unique to the Permian Basin, but these emitters largely remain unseen because of gaps in measurement systems, even by operators who are otherwise motivated to find leaks to avoid product loss. Most of these sources are also highly intermittent, and their characteristics are poorly constrained by conventional leak detection methods that today are still very sparse and infrequent in their coverage across most of the US. Using conservative scaling assumptions, we estimate that the net impact of methane super emitters from individual sources in the US to be above about 10 kilograms an hour, likely exceed 10 million metric tons of methane a year in the US, dominated by oil and gas operations, but with significant contributions from other sectors, including a subset of landfills and coal mines. About half of these sources, based on our data, are active at least 25% of the time, suggesting malfunctions, leaks, and persistent venting, not process emissions. Oil and gas companies that have reviewed our data indicate that at least half of the methane super emitters we're finding are the results of leaks and malfunctions and are considered fixable. This suggests low-hanging fruit for near-term progress, and these numbers indicate tremendous unrecognized potential for near-term mitigation of super emitters, and they may be critical to the US meeting its greenhouse gas reduction targets in 2030. So 2 recommendations. One is that the EPA require direct reporting and measurement of individual methane point sources that emit more than about 100 metric tons of methane a year, including leaks and other stochastic behavior. This could be enabled by a national methane data acquisition program supported by both federal and private sector funding that offers weekly to monthly sampling of widely distributed oil and gas infrastructure that uses advanced satellite, aircraft, and surface-based measurement technology by many groups. This could dramatically improve the efficacy and cost effectiveness of conventional site-level monitoring and repair programs. Additionally, a federally coordinated methane data service could deliver that data publicly in transparency with latency measured in days rather than years, which is the current state of the art. We're currently dealing with about 2-year latency. To do this, it would be necessary to simplify and streamline protocols to accelerate data release with appropriate caveats to ensure operational use by oil and gas companies and other actors. These accelerated data products could undergo additional scrutiny and quality control before use in formal enforcement and EPA's greenhouse gas reporting program. So you need not sacrifice that. So in closing, measurements alone will not eliminate methane emissions, but you can't manage what you don't measure. And there's an urgent need and opportunity to remove barriers to progress. And finally, I would say that the availability and awareness of this data itself could open new avenues for innovative regulation and voluntary mitigation programs. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Do we have any questions from the panel? Okay, thank you for your participation today.
Thank you.
Okay, we are running ahead of schedule. If you've not spoken yet and you would like to speak, please raise your hand using the reactions button at the bottom of the screen. If you are participating by phone with us today, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. If you're registered for a later time and want to wait, that's quite all right. But anyone who would like to speak next, please raise your hand. Okay, so the next speaker is Wayne Lax.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Wayne Lax, and today I'm representing the Cheyenne Area Landowners Coalition in Laramie County, Wyoming. I've been a member of this organization since around 2007, and we've been monitoring oil and gas activity and trying to help residents and landowners for 14 years. Members of the Cheyenne Landowners Coalition have long been concerned about reduced air quality related to oil and gas development in our county and the corresponding impacts to our public health and the quality of life. Our organization supports the EPA proceeding with new rules to require the oil and gas industry to reduce toxic air pollution during drilling and production. We believe these rules are long overdue, and they are reasonable steps to protect the public health of citizens living and working in and near oil and gas wells and the associated infrastructure. Laramie County's oil and gas development is closely intermingled with neighborhoods and subdivisions in the most populous county in our state, and therefore the safe and effective operation of these wells is of the utmost importance to protect the public health and the safety of residents. New studies are continually showing that living within 2,000 feet of an oil and gas pad can cause short and long-term health problems. Many of our members live within this distance to a well today. We encourage the EPA to move forward with a new rulemaking that will reduce the release of toxic chemicals in oil and gas drilling and production, volatile organic compounds or VOCs that cause cancer, respiratory illnesses, and other serious health problems. Additionally, our organization has many times attempted to work hand in hand with the oil and gas industry for the betterment of the public and Wyoming as a whole. We believe the proposed rules are a win-win for public health and industry profits. Industry will capture valuable methane gas that they can sell and then collect additional profit. Our state can collect revenue for the additional product that can go to our schools and communities, and the public health of people living near wells will be better protected. In the spring of 2018, I joined a group of concerned citizens and traveled to Washington, D.C. We spoke to members of the Department of the Interior and representatives of the House and Senate from our region about the need to better control methane. With my testimony, I ask that these important rules apply to old and new oil and gas drilling and production operations. It's important to implement these rules across the board to protect many people who are already living within densely developed oil patches. Thank you for your time today, and I hope the EPA will move forward with a rulemaking to adopt common sense standards to protect public health and the environment.
Thank you for your remarks. Do we have any questions from the panel? Okay, thank you for your participation today. Again, if you haven't spoken yet and would like to speak, please raise your hand using that reactions button I was talking about earlier. It's located at the bottom of your screen. If you're joining us by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. If you're registered for a later time and want to wait, that's okay. But anyone who'd like to speak next, please raise your hand. The next speaker is Joy Weeks. I hope I got that right for you. Joy Weeks or Joy Wex. If I'm mispronouncing, I apologize.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
I can't, we can hear you. Maybe clarify your name in case I messed it up.
Sure, it's Joy Wicks.
Joy Wicks. Okay, thank you very much. You may begin.
Thank you. I'm here today representing the National Tribal Air Association, or the NTAA. The NTAA is a member-based organization with 153 principal member tribes. Our mission is to advance air quality management policies and programs consistent with the needs, interests, and unique legal status of Indian tribes and Alaska Natives. As such, the NTAA uses its resources to support the efforts of all federally recognized tribes in protecting and improving the air quality within their respective jurisdictions. Although the NTAA always seeks to represent consensus perspectives on any given issue, it is important to note that the views expressed by the NTAA may not be agreed upon by all tribes. The NTAA is deeply concerned about the hazardous air pollutants, methane, and volatile organic compounds emitted throughout the oil and natural gas development cycle, which harm human health and the environment. Oil and natural gas source emissions are particularly harmful to tribal communities and minority and low-income communities who are already disproportionately suffering negative health and environmental impacts from climate change and air pollution. Moreover, estimates of emissions from the oil and natural gas industry are also likely to be severely underestimated, and the source's emissions are likely causing even more harms. Several Health and Human Services studies show that Native Americans and Alaska Natives have a disproportionate incidence of asthma. Specifically, American Indian and Alaska Native children are 80% more likely to have asthma as non-Hispanic white children. The Clean Air Act requires the Environmental Protection Agency to establish new source performance standards and standards for existing sources that may reasonably be anticipated to endanger public health or welfare. According to Department of Energy data, there are over 3,465 oil and gas wells and over 16,000 miles of oil and natural gas pipelines located on tribal lands. Oil and natural gas sources account for a significant amount of air emissions on and near tribal lands, but also account for important revenue and economic benefits. Strong national standards are important so that sources cannot merely relocate to a nearby state with weaker standards, while still negatively impacting tribal communities. There are cost-effective controls available today that significantly reduce methane, VOC, and HAP emissions from oil and natural gas equipment used in new and existing oil and natural gas production, transmission, and storage sources. Examples that significantly reduce harmful emissions and are cost-effective include strong and frequent leak detection and repair requirements to reduce fugitive emissions, and prohibited flaring of natural gas unless truly unavoidable. The EPA's 2020 amendments to the oil and natural gas new source performance standards were unlawful and harmful. The EPA should act quickly to fix its errors and issue strong national standards and guidelines that control emissions from both new and existing sources, including the transmission and storage segments. There remains a gap on regulation of existing oil and natural gas sources on tribal lands, as well as many state lands. The EPA should work with tribes and provide resources and support for tribes to regulate existing oil and natural gas sources on tribal lands, whether that be through tribal implementation plans or other means. Whether regulating nationally or assisting at the tribal level, EPA must properly consult with tribes from the outset of its decision-making. Methane is a significant greenhouse gas that contributes to climate change, which threatens tribal lifestyles by decreasing food security, endangering culturally significant flora and fauna, and forcing them towards extinction, increasing the risk of extreme weather events, and endangering public health in general. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Panelists, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you for participating today.
Thank you.
So again, if you would like to speak, you may raise your hand using the reactions button at the bottom of the screen. If you're joining us by phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand. If you're registered for a later time and want to wait, that's okay. But if anyone who would like to speak next, please raise your hand at this time. And one more time, raise your hand using the reactions button at the bottom of your screen, or if you're joining us by phone, press *9 to raise your hand, and we'll give you an opportunity to speak. Okay, so at this time, we're going to pause the listening session and we will come back online at 6:10 p.m. Eastern Time. So again, we're going to take a pause and we will return back at 6:10 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you. Okay, welcome back from our break for our listening session on for EPA's proposal of stronger standards for methane emissions from new, reconstructed, and modified sources. Again, we were running a little ahead of schedule. If you have not spoken yet and you would like to speak, please raise your hand using the reaction button at the bottom of your screen. If you're participating by phone with us today, you may raise your hand by pressing *9. And if you're registered for a later time and want to wait, that's okay. But anyone who would like to speak, please raise your hand and we'll put you in the queue. Okay, not seeing any hands raised to speak, we are going to pause again until 6:25 p.m. Eastern. So we will be back at 6:25. Thank you. Okay, hello again. We're resuming our listening session. If you've not yet spoken or would like to speak, please raise your hand using the reaction button at the bottom of the screen. If you're participating by phone with us today, you may raise your hand by pressing *9. If you're registered for a later time and want to wait, that's okay. But if you'd like to speak now, just raise your hand and we'll put you into the queue. Okay, the next speaker is Reverend Erica Lee Simca.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Reverend Erica Lee Simca, and I am the pastor of Albuquerque Mennonite Church. My congregation affiliates with Interfaith Power and Light. Essential to my faith is leaning on the wisdom of my spiritual ancestors. Many times in the Bible, we are reminded to consider the choices of Abraham and Sarah, Moses and Esther. The courage they showed in extraordinary circumstances, and we're invited to mirror this faithful courage. Today, we find ourselves with an extraordinary opportunity to make choices that will inspire future generations to look back and give thanks for our courage to take bold action. We know closely regulating pollution, methane, oil, and gas can and will be an effective step in dramatically slowing down the effects of climate change. These changes cannot be delayed and are within your powers to implement. As you may know, there is an indigenous tradition, specifically Iroquois, of considering the impacts of our decisions for 7 generations to come. What will even our great-grandchildren say and think about us between their asthma treatments as they tread water between superstorms? Today, I ask you to consider strengthening regulations this year so that we and our progeny can collectively breathe easier. I ask you to consider how you want to be remembered now and later. My faith teaches that loving one's neighbor overlaps with loving God. Conversely, disregarding one's neighbor is equated with disregarding God. Let us work together in regarding, respecting, and loving our neighbors, particularly our Black, Brown, and Indigenous neighbors who are disproportionately impacted by poor air quality and the effects of climate change. Let us work together to love the earth as our neighbor. All who breathe are responsible for the air. Thank you for taking your responsibility seriously.
Thank you, Reverend, for your remarks. Do we have any questions from the panel? Thank you for participating with us today. Okay, if we have anybody else who would like to speak, raise your hand. Okay, well, thank you for joining us today. We are now going to take a break. The listening session will start back at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. As a reminder, if you just listen in, you can do that through YouTube. The link is available on the website where you signed up to speak today, and we'll drop that in the chat. So thank you again for your participation, and we'll start back again at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jenny Noonan, and I am the Director of Policy Analysis and Communications at EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. Thank you for taking the time today to share your input with us as EPA works toward proposing stronger standards for methane emissions from new, reconstructed, and modified sources by September 2021, along with new standards and guidelines to address emissions of methane and volatile organic compounds from existing sources. We have several people from different parts of EPA with us today to hear your input. With me on the panel are Kevin Culligan and Jeff Whitlow. Before we get started, I'd like to run through a few housekeeping items and ground rules that will help make today's hearing run smoothly. Throughout the listening session today, we will be adding names in the chat box that everyone connected by Zoom can see. That will show you when the next two speakers are, so you can be ready when I call your name. To open the chat box, look at the bottom of your screen. You should see an icon labeled chat. Click on that. We recommend that you keep the chat box open in case we need to send you a message. I will call each speaker separately. When I call on you, please state your name and spell it. Your input is being recorded and a transcript will be put in the docket we have established for the public to provide input as we are developing the proposed rule. If you have joined us from a computer, you can turn your video on when you are speaking. You should see a button at the bottom of your screen that looks like a video camera. Just click on that to turn your video on. If you have joined us by phone, the meeting host will make sure that we have your name. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to give comments. You will see a timer on the screen to help you keep track. When your 5 minutes are up, it's time to stop. If you have additional feedback you would like to share, you may submit it to that docket we have established for public input until July 30th, 2021. Let me say that again, July 30th, 2021. That EPA gives as much consideration to the input we receive in writing as we do to input we receive at listening sessions like this one. We are here to listen to you tonight. However, panel members may ask you questions to clarify your comments. If you run into technical issues, please type a message in the chat to the Zoom host, and we will do our best to assist you. Once you're done speaking, you are welcome to stay in the meeting to listen to other speakers, or you may also listen via YouTube. The link is available on the website where you signed up to speak, and then also in the chat. Thank you. Let's get started. Our first speaker is Amani Reed.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. You sound great. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I have some connection issues, so I wanted to leave my camera off if that's okay.
That is just fine. We've all had them over the last few days. So if you just spell your name for us, and we'll go ahead and get started.
Yes, absolutely. Amani. Last name Reid.
And you can go right ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Amani Reed. I am 24 years old. I currently live in Philadelphia. I'm a recent Temple University graduate. I went to Temple University for political science and environmental studies. I'm testifying as the Policy Engagement Manager for Pennsylvania Interfaith Power and Light. I've been in this position for 3 months. I started in March. And in this position, I am basically staying updated on many things that you all are doing, the EPA, as well as the state of Pennsylvania, the city of Philadelphia, really trying to connect with the local community and local politicians in order to advocate for many things that you guys discuss and talk about throughout the year, throughout the days and months. And as stated on our official website, Pennsylvania Interfaith Power and Light is a community of congregations, faith-based organizations, and individuals of faith responding to climate change as an ethical and moral issue through advocacy, education, energy conservation, energy efficiency, stewardship, and the use and promotion of clean, renewable energy. We are a vast amount of faith communities working together for the betterment of our state and environment. I am testifying today, once again, as a 24-year-old, and over the years, my passion for environmental justice, for clean air, clean water, specifically in the state of Pennsylvania, is something that is very important to me and very important for our faith communities as well. So I'm really just speaking on behalf of Pennsylvania Interfaith Power and Light this evening. And as far as methane, oil and gas, as we know, it's killing us. It's disproportionately affecting frontline communities and our youth. As a person of faith, I believe it is our responsibility to protect and care for our environment, our air, the things that matter the most to our quality of life. The faith congregations within Pennsylvania Interfaith Power and Light, we're currently trying to connect with our communities, politicians, in order to address the need for clean, renewable energy. Oil and gas production, we believe is crucial to society as we know it. From plastics used in personal protection equipment to gasoline used in combustion engines, oil and gas have made their way to the heart of both economic and social development in our state. And by working to eliminate oil and gas companies, for example, we can minimize their role in creating the climate crisis and in cleaning it up. We are currently supporting and advocating for Joe Biden's American Jobs Plan. We're currently also fighting against Senate Bills 119 and House Bill 1137, anti-regional greenhouse gas initiative bills. And also, I wanted to say faith communities of Pennsylvania do support Pennsylvania and the larger Environmental Protection Agency's policies that encourage the stewardship of creation. Varying faith communities, we are united morally and ethically to protect the lives and well-beings of those in Pennsylvania, especially our youth and our future generations. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Any questions from our panelists? Okay, great. Thank you so much for taking the time out to come today. Our next speaker is Bill Bradley. Mr. Bradley? Thank you. We can see you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
And we can hear you. Can you spell your name for us?
I can. Bill Bradley, so it's B-I-L-L. Bradley is B-R-A-D-L-E-E.
Great, thank you so much. Go ahead when you're ready.
Wonderful. Well, good evening for you on the East Coast. I assume you're all on the East Coast. I'm calling you from California today. It's a little warm here. Again, my name is Bill Bradley. I'm the National Organizing Director for the nonprofit organization Interfaith Power and Light. I'm with the national office. I think you've heard from a number of my colleagues, particularly those in New Mexico. We work with people of faith and houses of worship around the country as we advocate for just climate solutions, recognizing that people of all faiths share a common bond to care for their neighbor and this planet that we all share. I'm here today to speak on behalf of my organization, as well as our state affiliates and the more than 6.5 million people of faith who are part of our national network. We support the Biden administration's efforts to restore and strengthen the rules on methane. We urge the EPA to issue standards that eliminate 65% of oil and gas related methane by 2025. As you know, methane is a potent greenhouse gas responsible for 25% anthropogenic global warming. The oil and gas industry is the largest source of methane pollution in the United States, and addressing this pollution in the form of leaks from new and existing operations is what we consider the low-hanging fruit of climate solutions. It wasn't so long ago that our parents and grandparents coming through the Great Depression and fighting World War II were saying the quote, use it up, wear it out, make it do or do without. And yet now, for convenience and increased profits, methane is being wasted. We feel this is egregiously wrong. Methane is also a justice issue. Methane and other air pollutants released during oil and gas development contribute to ground level ozone pollution and can cause a number of serious health complications. We're jeopardizing the health of those living in frontline communities. The EPA's own analysis has shown that serious health effects, including premature death, stroke, chronic bronchitis, and low birth weight increase without strong methane standards. Therefore, we see strong methane rules as essential in the effort to address climate change and to bring justice to those who are harmed by other pollutants from the production of oil and gas. Additionally, some have said, and I've heard this quite a bit, that reducing methane leaks will result in a loss of jobs. Yet recent research does not bear this out. A recent study showed the methane mitigation industry in the US has nearly doubled since 2017, and that a majority of the industry that's paying a pretty good salary is comprised of small businesses with potential to grow larger with the expansion of national methane reduction efforts. As people of faith and conscience, our work is ultimately about love, love for the sacred, for one another, and for the creatures in our common home. Methane pollution causes deep and irreparable harm. The EPA has a moral obligation, and we also feel a moral opportunity to protect all Americans from harmful methane pollution. Using currently available technology, the US can do its part to meet a global imperative, achieving, as I said earlier, a 65% reduction of methane from the oil and gas industry by 2025 and more by the end of the decade. People of faith and conscience all over the country support strong and effective methane pollution safeguards. Methane standards should only be strengthened. So thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I really appreciate you listening to folks in the last 3 days, and for this opportunity to give some feedback from thousands of people of faith and conscience that we work with across the United States. We look forward to your proposal for strong new standards this fall.
Great, thank you, Mr. Bradley. Are there any questions from the panel this evening?
Yes, this is Kevin Culligan with EPA, and I do have one question for you. You mentioned a methane mitigation study, or a study of, I guess it was employment in the methane mitigation industry. Do you happen to have a site for that study or a name for that study?
I believe you're muted.
Sorry about that. DATU Research, DATU Research was the organization that did the study, and I'm happy to provide a link when I send in my testimony if that's helpful, or however else you'd like me to get it to you.
That would definitely be helpful. I think you said DATU Research.
Yeah, that's my recollection of the name of the organization.
Okay, perfect. And if you could include that in your comments, a number of people have referenced the study, and it would be good if we could take a look at it. So thank you.
Yeah.
Great, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Our next speaker is Lisa Riley. Ms. Riley, I see you. Can we hear you as well?
Yes, I'm here. The spelling is Lisa, L-I-S-A, Riley, R-I-L-E-Y. I live at 718 Miller Avenue, Sutersville, Westmoreland County, Pennsylvania. Because a neighboring community has given Invenergy LLC permission to build a 630 megawatt gas-fired electric generating facility in Elizabeth Township, Allegheny County, PA, I recently found out that Sutersville is an EPA designated environmental justice area based on income. This facility will be located approximately 3,000 feet from my home, directly across the Youghiogheny River. We, along with our neighbors, will be subjected to air, noise, and light pollution. Our property values will be further depressed. We, along with other community members from Elizabeth Township and West Newton, have been fighting this for 5 years. A public meeting was held on June 8, 2021, to allow people to comment on the plant's application for an air permit from the Allegheny County Health Department. I participated and also sent in comments. Invenergy initially proposed building the plant in another part of Elizabeth Township, but their request to rezone their preferred site was denied. The initial site, locally known as the Fiore property, is located in Ward 2 near a relatively wealthy area in the township. However, the Elizabeth Township commissioners were more than willing to rezone a property in the environmental justice area of Smithdale in Elizabeth Township, across the Youghiogheny River from the EJAs of Sutersville and West Newton for the plant. Non-residents of Elizabeth Township residing in the affected EJAs were not permitted to speak at the rezoning meetings. Elizabeth Township spot rezoned that property from rural residential to light industrial to accommodate Invenergy. The property is bordered by farms. The commissioners believe that Invenergy will provide significant funding to help the community in exchange for this rezoning. Sutersville and West Newton, which are in a different county, will receive no economic benefit. The air quality in our area is already compromised by heavily polluting coke and steel producing facilities in Allegheny County. Additionally, another gas-fired plant was constructed by Tenaska LLC in Westmoreland County, 7 miles away from Sutersville within the last 4 years. West Newton and Sutersville are small communities designated as EJAs due to the low income level of the residents. This area has historically been devastated by environmental degradation due to coal mining that took place, leaving our homes undermined and acid mine drainage polluting our waters. Now it seems we will be submitted to noise and air pollution to further deteriorate our neighborhoods. If this plan is constructed, I will take a loss on my property and I'll sadly move. But many in my community cannot afford to do that or choose not to because they have lived here their entire lives. We were told that given the fact that the plant emissions will affect the EJAs of Sutersville, West Newton, and Smithdale, the application is subject to enhanced public policy participation. Then we were told that there is absolutely no statutory authority to do anything about it. The Allegheny County Health Department, the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection, and the EPA should take this opportunity to show residents and developers that environmental justice is important and will be considered in the air quality permit. In closing, I think Invenergy should perform a cumulative impact risk assessment of the air pollution from the plant and other nearby industrial facilities, including oil and gas infrastructure. If the permit is approved, Invenergy should be required to set up air monitors in the EJAs of Sutersville, West Newton, and Smithton to collect data for 18 months prior to startup. This would create a baseline of actual data instead of mathematically modeled data. And additionally, they should be required to do continual monitoring if the permit is approved. In closing, I'm asking you to please look at the facts of this situation. This is clearly a case of environmental injustice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. Are there any questions from the panel? Great. Thank you so much for attending this evening. Our next speaker is Scott Taylor. Hi, Mr. Taylor. We can see you. Can we hear you as well? Me? We can.
Oh, perfect.
Thank you for joining today. Go ahead. If you could spell your name, and then you can go ahead and get started after that.
Great. My name is Scott Taylor, SCOTTTAYLOR. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of a local grassroots community group called Protect Elizabeth Township. We're located in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, which is located in the southwestern corner of the state of Pennsylvania. We appreciate the opportunity to comment this evening on this very important topic. We'll also be submitting written comments on this matter as well. Over the last few days, you've heard from many people of many different walks of life, most of them speaking about their local issues, concerns, air quality, of the impacts on their lives and the environment caused by unconventional oil and gas operations, or quote unquote fracking. Excuse me. Many of these stories emulate very closely to what the residents of southwestern Pennsylvania live with every day. We live with air quality that is rated among the top 10 worst in the nation. This is fairly widely reported. This is also caused by this also caused by fracking or emissions related to the practice? Not wholly, but we do believe it is a contributor. Obviously, southwestern Pennsylvania is known for their steel heritage. We have a lot of steel industry, other industry in this area as well that contributes to the air quality. Yesterday, you heard from a sweet young lady, 11 years old, if you guys were all listening, from our local region, Washington County. She talked about the overwhelming amount of fracking around her home. What does that say? when an 11-year-old child feels the need to plead to the federal government for help. This same area, southwestern Pennsylvania, is now home to what's being considered a cancer cluster. There are several cases of rare cancer called Ewing sarcoma that is affecting our area's children. Some of those children are no longer with us. There are several theories of what's causing this, the overwhelming presence of fracking being one of them. And after months of denial by our local and state governments, literally begging our state to investigate the root cause, they have finally commissioned an investigation. Will this be linked to fracking? We don't know that yet. There are many studies, however, as you've heard over the last few days, linking heart conditions, pregnancy issues, respiratory issues, all to fracking emissions and the practices associated. This practice of fracking affects areas of our nation far greater than others in Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Oklahoma, Texas, and the Central Plains. They're the major players in this industry. And as you're hearing from the concerns and real life experiences from each of those over the last few days, you've heard from several smaller oil and gas companies noting their practices better than, I'm sorry, let me back that up. You've heard from several small oil and gas companies noting their practices performing better than current regulations and desire to operate in a manner to protect the government or the environment and human life. These same companies have noted that they will only be able to operate if current loopholes or limited restrictions for smaller companies are to remain as written in the current regulation. These statements clearly contradict each other. You cannot exceed compliance, but yet not be able to operate with lesser restrictions. Since the introduction of fracking, we have learned so much about the harms associated with fracking. Through research studies commissioned by so many of the nonprofit environmental groups across the country, many you have just heard from over the last couple of days, and have offered their information to you for consideration. We trust that the EPA is listening and will carefully consider all of this information with regard to new regulations. Although it is common practice for federal agencies to establish guidelines and to allow lower government bodies to do their own rulemaking and regulating, the EPA cannot rely on the states to set their own rules and regulate emissions. Reminded by the current air quality here in southwestern Pennsylvania, the current method of rules and regulating are not working. Some of the regulations we'd like to see: zero emission release for all phases of construction, production of oil and gas operations, especially fracking operations, especially regarding condensate collections, flaring compressors, compressor stations, pipeline operations, cleaning and maintenance, unless emergency related, obviously. Continuous fence line air monitoring during all phases of operation and the life of the well. Routine leak detection inspections over the entire operation, including pipelines. Methane is colorless, odorless, and making leaks hard to detect without special equipment, which makes routine inspections most important.
Mr. Taylor, I just want to note the time. So if you could wrap up.
I apologize.
No, please finish your sentence and then we'll wrap
I have
up.
one more sentence on there. So
Okay.
The mandated plugging of expired wells with leak detections installed. Orphan wells in the state of Pennsylvania alone are a huge contributor to methane leaks.
Great,
And
thank you. And if you have,
written documents as well to support all of this.
yes, we hope you will submit all of those. And I had one question. You had mentioned Ewing cancer. Is that E-W-I-N-G?
E-W-I-N-G.
Okay, great. Thank
Ewing
you.
sarcoma, yes.
Ewing sarcoma. Okay, thank you. Do any of the other panelists have questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Taylor. We appreciate
Thank you
you
very
taking the
much.
time. Our next speaker is Fred Bickerton. Mr. Bickerton, can we see you or hear you or both? We can hear you.
You can hear me?
I can hear you.
It's telling me that you, can you see me yet?
Yes, we can see you as
Okay.
well.
Good.
Welcome. Thank you for joining
Okay.
us.
I'm Fred Bickerton. That's FredBickerton. I've lived in southwestern Pennsylvania for 72 years. I spent 44 years working in the power generation and environmental consulting industries. And Elizabeth Township is a residential area in southwestern Pennsylvania, as you heard from the last two speakers. This region has had some of the worst air quality in the country due to failure of our state and county officials and regulatory agencies to protect our environment. For years, the industry, in the form of steel mills, coking facilities, fossil fuel generating facilities, and fossil fuel extraction operations, have been allowed to run roughshod over us and degrade the air that we breathe, resulting in high asthma, heart disease, and cancer rates within this region. Compliance and enforcement actions have been a joke, with violators paying a pittance of what they should have in fines. It's no wonder they don't take the non-compliance seriously. On top of the already poor air quality resulting from past sins, our regulatory agencies have in recent years permitted gas extraction with little or no oversight of their emissions. Millions of tons of methane gas from extraction is being vented or flared into the atmosphere. Millions more from gas generating projects. Again, compliance and enforcement actions in this area are a joke. The Allegheny County Health Department is presently reviewing a Title V air quality permit to install a 639 megawatt gas generating facility in Elizabeth Township, overlooking two environmental justice areas in neighboring Westmoreland County. The Allegheny Health Department has indicated that they expect to issue a permit despite the already non-compliant air quality in the region. The impact of on the environmental justice areas in neighboring counties. The permit having a questionable track record of compliance, and the objections of over 150 people who have signed up to speak at a public meeting. It's obvious that our county and state officials care only about the profits of big business and not the health and welfare of their citizens. I ask that the EPA enact strict limitations on methane emissions for all facilities and provide tougher enforcement guidance with real penalties, both monetary and criminal prosecution, to protect the air that we breathe. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Bickerton. Are there any questions from the panelists? Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us this evening. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Almeda Cooper. Have I said your name correctly? Okay, great. Well, welcome. If you could spell your name and then you can start on your comments.
I will. Almeta, A-L-M-E-T-A, Cooper, C-O-O-P-E-R. Thank you to the panel for listening to testimony the past 3 days and for the opportunity to testify this evening. My name is Almeta Cooper, and I'm a member of and Georgia Field Coordinator for Moms Clean Air Force. We are 26,645 members strong in Georgia and about 1 million parents nationally. We fight for justice in every breath and recognizing the importance of equitable solutions in addressing air pollution and climate change. I live in downtown Atlanta, Georgia, and I have lived here for 7 years. In my home county, Fulton County, Georgia was again flagged with a failing grade by the American Lung Association in its 2021 State of the Air report. During this listening session, you have heard from multiple Moms Clean Air Force members, supporters, and staff from across the country. We have a common message. We urge the EPA to cut oil and gas methane pollution 65% from the 2012 levels by 2025 and to protect children's health and their futures. The specific reason that I'm here today is that as a mom and as an African-American woman and a member of my community, I care deeply about environmental justice, especially the connection between climate change and health equity for our most vulnerable populations. I appreciate that the EPA is working toward comprehensive rules for methane pollution and including input from historically marginalized communities ahead of the rulemaking process. I encourage you to frequently consult frontline communities and environmental justice leaders to provide their input to the decisions related to the design and implementation of the EPA methane rule. As a Georgian, I am witnessing my own state government trying to suppress the voice and votes of many Georgians with rules that will have a disparate adverse impact on communities of color. I also see the inequity of African-American communities being disproportionately exposed to dirty air, including harmful pollution, because of where we live, work, learn, and play. In the US, African-American people are 3 times more likely to die from air pollution than white people. Change is an environmental justice issue and a major contributor to the health crisis in African-American communities. This reality is happening right now as severe heat waves regularly threaten public health, preying especially on older adults, pregnant women, and low-income communities in Georgia and elsewhere. African-American communities face more dangerously hot days, meaning temperatures above 105 degrees Fahrenheit than other communities. A study estimated that on average, communities with higher numbers of African-Americans living in them had 2 to 3 more days of dangerous heat per year. That number could increase by 10 times by the year 2050. African Americans are twice as likely to die from dangerous heat compared to other groups. We need strong and comprehensive standards to reduce dangerous climate warming methane pollution. Methane pollution not only exacerbates climate change, but it also can combine with sunlight and heat in the atmosphere to form ground level ozone or smog. Smog is a powerful lung irritant and asthma trigger. Across the nation, African-American children have a higher rate of asthma at 11.6% compared to the asthma rates of white children at 8.3%. It is clear that there is an uneven distribution of both benefits and harms from the activities that lead to climate change. African Americans contribute 23% less to climate change, but bear 21% more of the harms when compared to other racial groups. During this EPA listening session, you have heard the testimony from experts who offered technical advice about why methane is dangerous. Although I am not an expert, I'm aware that real people's lives are being affected now. Also, I must emphasize that we are all under one sky. Whether the source of methane emissions is in one's immediate backyard or another state, we have to unite to take action because of its significant adverse impact on climate change, which affects all of us, whether we live and work in suburban, urban, or rural areas. Protecting public health means keeping everyone's air clean and safe to breathe and cutting methane pollution. In conclusion, I repeat that I support cutting oil and gas methane pollution 65% from the 2020 levels by the year 2025 to protect children's health and their futures. I appreciate the EPA and its staff for inviting public comment and permitting digital and remote testimony to allow for increased participation in these public hearings.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cooper. And you repeated what my question, you answered, but with your conclusion, I think I got what you said. You want to cut methane emissions by 65% from 2020 levels in 2025.
Right,
I got that right. By 2020.
If you can do it sooner, that would be even better.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
All
you
right.
so much.
Thank you. Any of the other panelists have any questions? Okay, thank you so much for joining us.
Jenny, I was
Yeah.
just going to encourage the speaker, any additional information, please submit it to the docket that you have. You gave us a lot of statistics, so any of that you can load to the docket would be appreciated.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have come to a place where we have some space in the evening for anyone who would like to testify. Maybe you've got a slot later in the evening and you'd like to go a little earlier, or you've just joined us and we're thinking about testifying and now you have decided you would like to do that. If you would like to, you may go down to the bottom of your screen and there's a button there that says reactions. It's the smiley face with the plus sign in the corner, and you can just raise your hand from there. And if you would like to, we will slot you in sooner. So I'm just going to wait for a minute and see if that happens. And if not, we're going to take a break for a few minutes. Okay, not seeing any hands raised. We will go on break for 20 minutes. So we'll return then. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jenny Noonan, and I'm the Director of Policy Analysis and Communication in EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. We are on a break currently, and we are awaiting other speakers to arrive. So we have some space if anyone would like to testify and they haven't done so already. If you would like to do that, you can go down to the bottom of your screen where there's the reaction button, and you can just click on that and press the hand raise button, and we will be happy to hear your thoughts on this topic of oil and gas. So I'm just going to pause for a moment here, and if you would like to do that, please go ahead. Okay, I don't see anyone. And if you are on the lives, if you're watching this on the live stream on YouTube, there's a link there that how you can get into the Zoom meeting if you've decided you would like to testify. But in the meantime, I think we're going to go on another short break until 8:15. So if anyone would like to, I hope everyone will return at 8:15, and we will resume at that point. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jenny Noonan, and I'm the Director of Policy Analysis and Communications for EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. And if you're joining us on the YouTube live stream, we welcome you. And at this time, we do not have any speakers in the queue. So if you are on the live stream and have decided that you would like to testify, please join us in the Zoom room, and we will be happy to hear what you have to say. Otherwise, I think we're going to once again adjourn for a few minutes, go on a break until let's say 8:30. And we'll check back in at that point. Thank you so much.
You're on mute, Jenny.
Thanks. My apologies. I'm Jenny Noonan, and I'm the Director of Policy Analysis and Communications at EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. We have been having a wonderful session this evening with people presenting information about the oil and gas industry as a part of this listening session. And we still have some space over the next half hour if there's anyone who is observing over the live stream from YouTube. We would very much like you to join us in the Zoom room. And if you have been a part of this during the day and you have not yet testified, we'd be happy to hear from you as well. So with that in mind, I'm going to just ask if anyone, just wait a few minutes and see if anyone joins us. And if not, we will go on a break until probably about 8:45, and then we'll return and check in with folks. So we really appreciate everyone sticking with us, and we will just pause here for a moment, and then we will take a break. So we'll just wait just a second. Okay, I don't see anyone in the waiting room, so we will be happy to come back at 8:45, and at that time we'll see if anyone has joined us to testify. Thank you. Good evening again, everyone. My name is Jenny Noonan, and I'm the Director of Policy Analysis and Communications in EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. We are currently on a break, or have been on a break for the listening sessions related to the oil and gas activities that EPA is going to be proposing this fall. And we currently do not have any speakers scheduled. If anyone is listening on the YouTube live stream, or you've joined us in the last few moments and you would like to testify, we would be happy to hear your testimony. It is 8:45 right now, and I think what we will do is we will go on a break until 8:55, which is 10 minutes from now, and then we will close out the session at that time. Thank you. And if you want to, just please join the Zoom meeting and we can work you in. Thanks. Good evening. We have come to the end of 3 days of wonderful information and comments from the public about EPA's actions to address methane and air pollution from the oil and gas sector. We're expecting to propose this rule this fall. So I would just like to take a moment to thank everyone who has taken the time to participate over many hours over the last 3 days to share their thoughts and take time out of their very busy schedule to provide information to EPA as we develop this proposal. I would also like to take a few moments to thank the staff and team who put together these virtual hearings that took place from 12 to 9 Eastern, Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday over this week in June 2021. So I appreciate the support that we have received from many people, and the EPA staff is especially appreciative of the public and the really thoughtful comments and testimony that people provided in these listening sessions. This is, of course, a new experiment in public outreach, and we are thrilled at the participation that we have seen. We've also been very pleased that so many people have taken the time to watch these videos on the YouTube, via YouTube, both in concurrent to the Zoom sessions, and then also to go back and take a look at it afterward. I'd like to thank my fellow panelists, Jeff Whitlow and Kevin Culligan, for their service this evening. And I would encourage everybody, if you have comments that you would like to send to EPA, we still have a docket that is open until the end of July. And you can see in the chat here, there are instructions for submitting the docket to the docket. And that is https://go.us.gov/x6 capital R capital Q lowercase u. So we appreciate, that's USA, my apologies, https://go.usa.gov/x6 capital R capital Q lowercase u. And the deadline for submitting input to the docket is July 30th, 2021. And you can submit to the docket in a number of ways, including sending things in through the Postal Service. You can submit things via email, and you can also submit things directly through that website. And that website provides all of that information. And we take all comments equally, whether you provided testimony here orally or whether you submit it in as an email or through the docket. We take them all, weigh them all equally as we are developing this proposal for reducing air pollution and methane from the oil and gas industry and we expect to have that proposal out this fall, September 2021. So again, I would like to thank my panelists and the staff for all of the wonderful work that has been done to put these meetings together. And with that, I'm going to, one other thing to mention about your comments, as you submit them, whether you submit them in writing and via email or through the website, it's very helpful if you put in the docket ID number. And I'm going to read that for those who are blind or low vision. That docket number is EPA-HQ-OAR-2021-0295. And again, my thanks to everyone. Thank you for the technical staff as well. And I wish you all a wonderful evening. Thank you.